Testing 1, 2, testing.
Okay, next to you.
Hey, Jamie, how are you?
How you doing?
Doing well.
I can do it from here, but I don't know if the people, are you saying people remotely won't hear or won't see things?
Alex, just a heads up. I have an 11 o'clock meeting. I'm going to scoot out for me leaving doesn't mean I quit. When I quit, you'll know it. There'll be rage behind it.
Okay. Go. Quickly, you're good to go.
All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our June 7th Charter School Advisory Board, month of June. We'll go ahead and get started. Or, oh, roll. Because we have people online. All right.
Terry Stoops. Joel Ford.
Present.
Bruce Friend.
Present.
Rita Hare.
Here.
Lynn Kroger. Little Parlay.
Present.
Sherry Reeves.
Here.
Cheryl Turner. Alex Quigley.
Here.
Todd Godby.
Here.
We have a quorum.
I think Cheryl is driving.
Traveling.
Yeah,
She would get on. She got the
yeah,
destination.
that's what I thought. Okay, great. So we'll start with Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I'm going to read the ethics statement and the mission. And if you I should believe I shouldn't have this memorized. Board members are reminded to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of this advisory board. Any member aware of a conflict of interest at this time, please state them now for the record. Okay. If at any time during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring it to my attention. And it'll be your duty to abstain from discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. All right. So after set 8 years, I've memorized that. I would think that I should, right? And our board works to ensure the existence of high quality charter schools in North Carolina. That's our mission. So at this time, we'll discuss the agenda and the minutes. So any questions about today's agenda? All right. Hearing none, we'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr.
That we approve agenda, Mr. Chair.
And Hilda Parlay seconds.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, we can do can we do a voice vote or do we, yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. And any discussion of the draft minutes?
They want me to tell, they're control.
Okay. I was like, wait, did I do something wrong?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So we have the special called meeting and then the draft minutes. Any questions or revisions? All right, take a motion to approve.
Make a motion, we approve the regular May minutes and the special call.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We approve the minutes. All right. Hand it back over to the staff, I believe.
Thank you, Chairman. Quickly, before we start our board member recognitions, I want to make sure everybody knows who our legal staff is. They're some of them are new to our office. They've been with us virtually for quite a while, but now they're with us in person. Allison Schaefer is State Board of Ed's Chief Counsel.
Nice to see all of you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tim Hogenmeyer. And everybody knows the famous Tiffany Lucas, right?
That's right. That's right.
Okay. We appreciate, sometimes we are their best customer and we appreciate all.
Right out to here.
Okay. Today we have 3 board members that are leaving us, Joe Ford, Sherry Reeves, and Alex Quigley. And we have a few people in the audience that we've asked to come and say a few words to talk about your great service you've given. And Mr. Walker, you want to go first?
Finally got new chairs and the TV
Yeah, right.
now that I'm gone. So that's the way that it goes sometimes. But first, Joel, I think you're on, right?
Yes, I'm on. I'm
All
on.
right. Well, look, I just wanted to say thank you for your steadfast dedication to the cause of school choice and all that you've done over the years, and both on the CSAB and what you did when you were in the legislature as well. And I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you.
Sherry, for all those years, we would trade off every month getting each other a drink.
You were here this morning, Stephen.
And for the people that are online and didn't get to see her hold up a Mellow Yellow, it was a soft drink that we were trading back and forth between the meetings. And so it would always, 1 month I would get two, and the next month she'd get two. And then the times that me and Alex made us have 3 meetings in 1 month, we would have to, alternate it around a little bit more. So, Sherry, you always have done a good job being so thoughtful and reading the applications and that. And so I just hope for everybody else for the rest of this time that they realize that you have a substantial budget for guidance counseling. And because if you don't, Sherry will come back and get you.
That's right.
Which is good. So thank you for what you've done. And Alex, gosh, we sat beside each other for a long time, and I think we've left this board better than we found it. When we found it, it was brand new. It was just a little baby.
That's right.
We were there at the first meeting of the Charter Schools Advisory Board, and so it's been a long time, and you have been. I think the board works the way that it's worked without you, and so I just wanted to say thank you for all the work.
Thank you,
So,
Stephen.
thank all 3 of y'all.
Appreciate that, Stephen.
Dave, I want to thank you for letting me come. And I guess for those listening, I can say my name is Lindalyn Kakadelis, and I served with all 3 of these folks. And so ditto everything Stephen said. I don't want to take a lot of time. But Joel, I know you're listening, and congratulations on your new appointment. And I'm thankful you're going to be there at the Board of Governors. We need to make sure we have good teachers in the pipeline. And we appreciate where you're going to be and where you're going to be serving there. But thank you for what you've done for the charter school world and school choice world in North Carolina. Sherry, I just want to say thank you to you with all your notes over the years, looking at all of those applications. And I remember calling you, talking with you and saying, hey, what do you think about this? And what do you think about that? And your wisdom and your commitment to quality schools, quality charter schools in North Carolina, and your commitment to Arapahoe Charter over the years. And 8 years is a long time to invest your life. And thank you for what you've done for the charter schools. Alex, what can I say? Wow. I've learned a lot from you. And your commitment to charter schools in the state, your commitment to the autonomy that charter schools need to do what they need to do, and your commitment, I think most of all, both to all 3 of you guys, but your commitment to children, your commitment to quality education for students in North Carolina. So I'm just here to say thank you, and it's good to see everybody back and give people a hug.
Thank you, Linda.
In your next venture too.
Rhonda Dillingham, Executive Director of the North Carolina Association for Public Charter Schools, and the person who for so long has inhabited that back corner. And been here even when I have been the only person in the room besides you all. Normally I would have some notes to speak from, but I feel like I'm in the room with old friends that I haven't seen in a long time. And if I haven't hugged you yet, I hope I get a chance to at some point. You know, that old saying, and I looked it up, and it's attributed to lots of different people, but find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Mm-hmm. I've been thinking about that this weekend when Dave asked me to speak today, and I thought, you know what? Everyone in this room, I'm pretty sure, is committed to the same goal, and that is creating high quality charter schools and giving families in this state a choice. But that requires work. And even though we are all committed to it and we love what we do, absolutely, it does require work. And from the application cycles that I've sat through, the renewals, all the interviews, all the hard work that you've done, one thing has stood out to me, and that is your commitment to doing a great job in your role. And it has been an inspiration to me in my role as executive director of the association. So I would just like to say to you, Alex and Sherry, and to Joel, who isn't here, but thank you so much for what you've done. And I do have something, Alex and Sherry, for you from the association that I'd like to present. Can't give you a medal for your work, but we can give you a medallion. So that's what I'd like to give you now.
Wow.
Even better.
That's
Wow. Pictures. Pictures.
what I'm done.
So welcome.
Really appreciate it.
Oh.
Thank you. It's good to see you. Thank you. So welcome.
Oh.
Thank you.
Alex?
Here,
Oh.
come up closer.
All right.
Okay, I'll do that.
Don't get the jacket.
Good morning. For those of you listening, this is Greg Sanders, and to Joel, from our days working together in the legislature to the Charter School Advisory Board, I appreciate your commitment to supporting and providing high-quality school choice options to people in this state. So we wish you the best in your new appointment to the Board of Governors. So Sherry and Alex, I was thinking, I came to North Carolina in 2012, and my first job in the charter school industry was Chief Operating Officer at Rocky Mount Prep. And so that kind of preceded the CSAB a little bit. And then my first application, there was a member of this board that twisted my arm and said, if you dedicate an hour a week a month, I think we can get a charter school opened. And that was Pine Springs Preparatory Academy. And so that was my first experience with an application before the CSAB. And I've got to say, sometimes I didn't really think that you were too supportive of what we were trying to do, but I can tell you this, we're better off today because of the questions you ask. And there may have been times we didn't agree, but there was never a time I questioned your commitment to making sure that every charter school in North Carolina provided a high quality option for families. And to Sherry, man, I can't think the number of applications that you reviewed. I think I've put 10 before you. So I cost you a few hours of sleep. And I believe I had one denied, and that was probably deserved. But Sherry, man, just your attention to detail, the perspective you bring as an operator has been so invaluable to the process. So we appreciate your service, the long drive to Raleigh, for all the CSAB meetings. Alex, from Green Joy to Pave to Healthy Start, and man, have I learned a lot from you. And probably the biggest takeaway through all our interactions is it's easy to say that you want to open your doors to all students. It's harder to be intentional about that. What you taught me over the years is that I had to be a lot more intentional in making sure all students and families had access. And for that, I thank you. And I think I'm a better charter leader today. And I know I am because some of the conversations that we had over the years. But to Joel, Sherry, and Alex, again, appreciate your commitment, your time, and you'll be missed, but we'll still be calling you. Thanks.
Thank you. Ooh.
Charter School Advisory Board members. It's been a while since I have been before you in this way. And today I stand before you, Mr. Ford, I don't know you. This is Dr. Deanna Townsend Smith. I'm now with the State Board of Education office. Started out my tenure serving this board for sure. And before that, my role was working alongside and serving with Mr. Quigley, turning around low performing schools in our state. So he continued this path as he took over the reins here with the Charter School Advisory, ensuring the existence of quality charter schools. I remember the day we stood here and we all worked on that vision, that mission, to ensure that those charter schools that were being approved and those that continue to be renewed were truly quality. And I can truly say that Mr. Quigley and Ms. Reeves were true champions of that work. Your drive, dedication, and service will truly be missed. And so while I am saying thank you on behalf of myself, I also stand up here on behalf of the State Board of Education, extending huge thanks for the hours that you dedicated to ensuring that complete packets of work that was truly vetted was received to the state office to present to the State Board of Ed. So thank you for your service. We have gifts from the State Board of Ed office and from myself. So thank you for all that you have done. I'm not going to say goodbye because we're always connected. And I have both of you on speed dial. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Taking home gifts.
Surprise.
I want to begin by, we have Mr. Stephen Walker with us. We say goodbye to him as a true Clemson Tiger. He's coming back. So we want to make sure that we give you the plaque for you. Joel, we also have a plaque for you also. And we really appreciate the year that you served on the board, your insight, your comments, and we are thrilled that you are now serving on the UNC Board of Governors. You'll continue to do great work there. And again, I'll find time to come down to Charlotte and give you this plaque. Sherry and Alex, we got plaques for you too, but before I give them to you, I want to like to say just a few words, and we'll allow the CSAB to say some words too. But Sherry, I thought the best way to say goodbye to you is to read all the texts that you sent me during the meetings. But legalists told me, please don't do that.
Don't do that, Dave.
Sherry, when I've had the honor of being in this position almost 5 years, finishing my 5th year at the end of this month, and my boss and trainer, Deanna, did a great job training me. But one of the highlights of being in this position is just meeting great people across the state, great leaders. I had the honor of visiting your school when you did your groundbreaking, and have just learned to really respect you. We've become great friends, and I just appreciate all you do. I don't think there's anybody on this board that looks at applications as in depth as you do. And when I get either a text or an email, you asking me a question about an application, I know that you've read it, and it's a sincere question. So you're going to be sorely missed. But again, Officer Charter Schools, I love you. Just thank you very much for all that you've done. We're a better community because of you. Arapahoe is definitely a great community because of you. And again, just thank you for all that you've done. Okay. I mean, Alex, it has been an unbelievable honor to work with you. Phone calls at 6 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock at night. How passionate. I don't think you ever sleep. And just, I've been so impressed. I have learned so much from you. I think if I were to ever go back to becoming a school leader, I would be a better leader for the audio that you and I have had. You've, even though we're going to miss your leadership on the board, your impact has been, I think you've made the rigor of the applications, the rigor of the renewals, so much, which it should be. And I love your philosophy that we're only going to take things to state board that we can truly advocate for. And for someone that has to stand in front of state board and advocate, I know exactly where you're coming from. We're going to miss you as a leader of on the CSAB, but the great news is you're still going to be a leader in the charter school community, not only at Healthy Start, but throughout the state. So thank you very much for what you've done. And I'd like to, on behalf of the Office of Charter School and your colleagues, give you back.
All right. Thank you, Dave.
You wanna share with me? No, I think I'll just do it from my phone. Mine did too. Here, Dr. Townsend, you can see here, because I'm gonna connect to my phone. Just pull it right today. Mine's not. I don't know why. Something's wrong with mine.
Any of our colleagues would like to say a few words?
I would. Well, maybe both. I said, now, wait a minute, I've got to take notes and say something special about each of the persons at that time who served on the board. So the thing that stood out most, aside from your commitment and dedication to charter schools, I said, Alex, he is for the educationally disadvantaged, for sure. Not to say not all, but that stood out with me. And that showed your heart, that you want those kids to grow and to be lifted, not to keep them where they are. Sherry, yes, you're the application lady. For sure. You were very analytical and you always had those questions about budget. What about this? What about that? So yes, you taught me how to be more analytical about the applications, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the pleasure of your company and wish you well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for your service to the state and to entire charter school community, and some of the other comments as well. Sherry, the attention to detail. I literally would find myself at home going through applications, reading them like, Sherry's not going to find this. Tuesdays, and doggone it, she didn't not only find it, she had 10 more questions about it than when I. Your attention to detail, just exceptional, and I think we're going to miss that. It's going to, someone on this board is going to have to take that on in terms of just nothing got by you. You asked really great questions, and Alex, our first, you may not even remember this, but our first interactions with each other were when we were trying to get it through spring, and you asked tough but appropriate questions, and it made us a better school. And then I had the opportunity to serve with you on CSAB, and I've learned so much from you and from Sherry and everybody who's been on this board. And I think all of that, selfishly, when I went back to a school role last year, I think I became a better head of school because of my interactions with both of you. So thank you for all that you've done.
Thanks, Bruce.
Personally, and for our school and for our kids.
Thanks, Bruce. Appreciate that. All right. We good? Because we're behind now.
No.
Nah.
For good reason.
Yeah. Well, I want to echo Joel, I want to thank you. you've been such an asset in the time. I wish we had, I know the board wishes we had you longer, but excited to have you on the Board of Governors. And Sherry, I think, I can't say it enough. The attention to detail. Sometimes she would text me and I'd be like, I didn't read that. I haven't gotten to that one yet. And she's like, what do you think about this? And you have brought just so much thoughtfulness and seriousness to the work, but always with just that objective, what is going to be best for kids. And it has been awesome to have you as a partner, certainly sitting up here or virtually. It's been a lot of fun. So, and I'll share if you want to say anything, but I just want to say thank you to all of you for the kind words, and really just the honor to be able to be in the work with you all. I have gained, I feel personally, I have gained way more than I have given. This has been so much fun for me. It has been a joy to be kind of doing things like Arrival and dealing with parents and dealing with curriculum and being in the daily grind of being a school leader, and then be able to once a month come here and kind of zoom out and think about policy on a statewide level, and how do we impact, how do we empower take the power of school choice and put it in the hands of parents so that they can have excellent options for their kids, and how do we do that in a way that's rigorous and thoughtful and equity focused. And so it's been an absolute, I love it. People have asked me like, are you, they've said, oh, you're coming off the board, you must be excited. And I am excited to have a little bit less of applications to read. I'm not going to lie, but I will absolutely miss, and I feel honored and humbled that y'all supported me to be chair for this many years. And I'm exceedingly grateful. It's been a blessing. And so I just want to thank all of you. And I thank Dave and the Office of Charter Schools for putting up with me and my crazy ideas and phone calls and text messages at all hours. But that just means this stuff really activates my brain and activates the part of me that wants to make our state the best possible place for kids to get an education in our country. So I'm grateful. I just want to say thank you to all of you.
Hey, Dave.
Well, can you believe I'm at a loss for words? Thank you for all the kindness that has been spoken on behalf of myself and Alex and Joel this morning. It has really been my pleasure serving on the board. As I was driving up yesterday, I felt an array of emotions. Happiness because a little bit of the work was going to be off my shoulders, but a lot of sadness because I was going to be saying goodbye to work that I have enjoyed, even though at times I felt overwhelmed. Probably, Bruce, because I was too analytical and reading between all the lines. But for a very worthy cause, I feel the most important asset we have in the state of North Carolina are our children, and we owe it to them to provide all the best that we can, especially in education. I feel education is so undervalued, and it's my goal to bring that to the forefront, that we need to value education and we need to value our children and their futures. And it's just been a wonderful ride for the past 7 years. I've made many, many friends in the Office of Charter Schools. You guys are amazing. You respond to all of our needs. We just can't say enough about how supportive you are. And when we bring up crazy ideas or ask for different parts and so forth, you guys are right on the spot to take care of our needs. We really, really appreciate all the support. And to all my CSAB members, fellow members, past and present, I thank you for all the hard work and dedication that you put in every month. I appreciate your friendship and your professionalism, and I count you among my friends. So thank you for allowing me to serve on this board.
Absolutely. All right.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Oh, thank you. Okay, stop, sit down, sit down. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right.
Hello.
Get to work. Let's, so we are at, we finished the first part, so I believe we're gonna have, motion for closed session, so, Ashley, did you want to?
Just have some logistical
Yeah, let's do that.
comments. So everyone listening online, you may stay on the WebEx meeting. We are going to go into closed session once a proper motion is made. And the CSAB members that are privy to that conversation have been given the leadership line to call in. So you will call into that line per the instructions I've sent, and we will go into closed.
All right, so,
I'll make a motion, we go into closed session
For-
to consult with our attorneys.
I second that.
properly moved in second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Are we going, we go, okay. Yeah, I know, right?
you know. You know, that truly will go to. I can hear roses. Everybody, anybody opposed to that? I hear roses. Okay. All right. So, is there anything that I'm hearing hers? You want to talk about? I'm doing it. I'm plugging in. That's the craziness. Mr. Josh.
No. I mean, like this last
You don't hear what her.
but it still says connected to audio. Trying to get a new management system and the software.
Something.
Different policies.
I know. I just can't know what it is.
Okay. Thank you. We are working on policies also. I know that we've talked about, the exempt and non-exempt policies. We're looking at a new policy management system also. We haven't finalized that, but we are looking at something that, you know, we'll be able to house all of our policies. For those policies, so we have been looking at that. And so as soon as they're complete and we have everything done, I'll make sure that I share that on the HR. Ms. Grace, do you have anything? No, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Grace. Mr. Matt?
Just be on
I'm
the
gonna go log on
lookout
into
for
my other
our
meeting.
Best I can to direct you. Okay. We are streaming and back in.
We're open? All right, so,
You need to make a motion.
yeah. Could I have a motion to return to open session?
Mr. Chair, Hilda Parlay moves that we end the closed session and we enter open session.
All right. And Sherry,
Second?
thank you. Properly moved in second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I don't know if, do we have quorum with? Oh, probably went to the
restroom.
Terry had to leave for a meeting.
Yeah, he had to leave. Sound like mountains.
He's watching.
Yeah. All right, so can we go, we had a motion to, well, do I need a quorum to do the vote? Are we?
We did.
Okay, we're good. Okay, all right, let's go ahead.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So we have two amendments. One, the first one I'm going to discuss is Bridges Academy. You can see the request on the, on your screen. This is a K-8 school in Wilkes County, and they are relinquishing, voluntarily relinquishing their charter due to financial, concerns. The Office of Charter Schools will be working with this school to make sure that all of the proper closure processes take place. The students have already left, for, like, school has closed for summer. And we will be working to make sure that all stakeholders, including, employees and parents and children, get what they need in terms of records moving forward.
Okay. Any questions? So obviously this is a serious matter and would recommend that we accept the relinquishment.
Is that a motion, Mr. Chair?
I'm not supposed to make motions. I don't think.
Sounded like you made a
I was just saying, I'm asking for a motion to accept the relinquishment.
I'll make a motion that we accept the.
Bruce and Todd, any discussion? Feedback? I'm sure we'll be hearing more from legal about this matter as it develops, and obviously this board takes this very seriously. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Seconded it.
Todd. Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Second amendment, I'm actually going to just introduce briefly, and then you can discuss it during the RTO interview. But we discussed this last month. This is SAVA, the School of Arts for Boys. Here for you in front of you today for RTO purposes. They requested a relocation, we discussed last month, and I think it would make the most sense to discuss during RTO, and decide if, how that falls into whatever recommendation you give to Ready to Open. Okay?
Makes sense.
So that's all we have for.
Great. Still awful behind, but we are catching, we'll get back on track here. Excited to hear about the SECU scholarships.
Good morning, CSAB. I'm coming to you this morning to bring you about the People Helping People's Scholarship from SECU. And please, if you get an opportunity later today, 2 of our young people actually did submit videos and actually let me know that because of the way we're doing technology, you can't see them, but I'll just tell you just a little bit about them. So the SECU scholarship sets aside $5 million a year. Started in 2005, and since then they've given over just about a little over $71 million to North Carolina seniors that are attending one of our 16 university system schools. And this year, the selection committee was honored that we had 24 submissions, which is, I think, represents a little under half secondary high schools, and just incredible kids. And I tell you, as an old high school principal, it was probably one of the most fun times I've had this year, and just being able to read about their essays. And so just really quickly, we had Kylie Bradley, who did turn in a video for you to look at later, from Thomas Jefferson Classical. She is going to be studying chemical engineering and animal science at North Carolina State University this fall. Story had me in tears because she grew up with her grandfather and talked about in Rutherford, talked about spending time on the farm, and she's really committed to doing that work in her future. And then there's Miss Katie Ducklow from Eno River Academy, who is dual enrolled at North Carolina State, North Carolina Science and Math. She'll also be attending North Carolina State this fall and majoring in environmental engineering because she's been doing a lot of work in environmental science in high school and also in international studies. Our third young man, I had the opportunity on Thursday at Henderson Collegiate to present him with a scholarship and his certificate at their award ceremony, is Mr. Trayvon Hanks, who will be attending East Carolina University this fall, and he's going to be majoring in psychology because through his experience of growing up to give back to young men, young African-American men that look like him who struggle with making it through school. So these are three young people that represented the other 21 that did amazing essays, and they're going to do amazing things. And I think they're truly representative of the work that our charters do with our kids from around the country. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. All right. Great. And at this point, we're ready to hear about our ready to open schools.
Good morning, Chairman Quigley and CSAB. It's just great to be back here in person with you and sharing not virtual, but in real life, and continuing the work for the good people of North Carolina. I'm Claire Porter with the Office of Charter Schools, and we are here today for the Ready to Open update and for you as CSAB to make your final recommendations to the North Carolina State Board. So your recommendation will be specifically as to which of the 9 schools appearing here before you today should be moved forward in the process, in the RTO process, and the final recommendation. In May, you made a preliminary recommendation. Today, you will make your recommendation. So just a bit of context, you can see on the screen there for the planning year and Ready to Open process. So consistent with North Carolina General Statute, State Board Policy 13, and the Charter Agreement, State Board of Ed grants initial approval to applicants. So we had that a few years ago for most of our schools. And this initial approval is contingent upon the completion of a planning year program. This means that each nonprofit approved preliminarily for a charter must participate in an SBE adopted planning program known as the Ready to Open process prior to opening the charter school to serve North Carolina students. Each initially approved charter school works with the OCS and CSAB to submit their final RTO progress report, which we'll look at here shortly, to the CSAB 10 to 12 weeks prior to the start of the school's first operational year. CSAB uses this report as the basis for determining whether to recommend that the state board approve the school to open as planned or not. The RTO progress report, which we'll also look at here in a moment, provides a framework to help these initially approved charters and their lead administrator and board develop required plans and procedures for the school. The framework also serves as a marketing tool the school can use. If the school is unable to meet these RTO minimum standards as required or stipulations that you and the state board have placed upon the school, various reasons, or if the circumstances are serious enough, the charter could be revoked statutorily. Out of the 10 schools who started the 2021 Ready to Open process, we are left with 9. As you know, Davis Academy Chadbourne relinquished their charter a few months ago due to some facility issues. 6 of the 9 will be joining us virtually today and we'll be for you to visit. So just a quick overview prior to hearing from these specific 2021 schools who have been invited to provide additional information to CSAB regarding their readiness to open. You to be aware in eBoard, you have the CSAB minimum guidelines again, which are for your consideration as you deliberate. You also have the RTO June progress report for 2021 schools, 9 of them. You have the May-June RTO enrollment. These again are not applications, but completed enrollments, and there is a distinction. Those summaries were last updated for you on June 3rd. And then you'll have the individual school evaluation rubric, as well as their break-even and regular budgets. And you'll also have their EC rubrics, which we've uploaded to several years ago, this body, the CSAB, created the guidelines, and I'm referring for those of you who are listening to the CSAB RTO decision-making guidelines. As a reminder, you are looking at enrollment of 75% of the school's projected year 1 ADM by June 1st. Facility, you're looking for substantial progress towards obtaining a certificate of educational occupancy 30 days prior to opening and a valid contingency plan, 1 or more, 60 days prior to opening. You're also looking for valid budgets reflecting break-even numbers by June 1st. And on the RTO progress report, you are considering any ratings that are not quality or emerging. So that would be insufficient ratings. 4 of our 9 schools are below the 75% enrollment expectation at this time. 1 school, South School of the Arts for Boys Academy, is an acceleration applicant. 2 schools who are below the enrollment are in delay years, Doral and CE Academy, and another school is a regular timeline school, Asheville Peak. You'll hear from Doral and Asheville Peak on the line today. Those schools are marked insufficient only because at this juncture, the state board has not approved their request for an amendment downwards from their original ADM, and we'll walk through that with those schools. You have recommended in May that for Doral and Asheville Peak would be approved by the state board in July. So you approved them at your May meeting, state board to approve them. Elaine Riddick has also been invited today for several reasons, and they've been asked to provide clarification regarding their enrollment due to some contradictory evidence that was uploaded during the RTO process. So the next enrollment report, just for your consideration from our schools, is due July 2nd, and that will also include a facility update. One of our schools presented with insufficient progress on the National School Lunch Program. That school being Elaine Riddick. And I know Jacqueline McGowan of DPI's School Lunch Program Division is on the line with us to answer any questions regarding that. Another school presented insufficient overall progress as it related to policies and procedures for exceptional children. That school being Saba, and I know that we have the EC division here to answer questions related to EC specific queries you may have. Several schools have stipulations from last year. If a school was in a delay year, the stipulation put on the school was that they have their educational certificate of occupancy by no later than July 1st. So that was a stipulation we put on all of our delay schools. And just to refresh your memory, the schools that were granted a delay were CE, Durrell, and Elaine. So if it is the pleasure of CSAB, I'll begin with the schools who are not here today.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So our first school, and Ms. Vaquero, are you able to pull up the time? While she's getting that pulled up, we'll begin with Faith Academy. So Faith Academy, as you know, is an acceleration applicant. They're due to open their first year K through 7th. Fully functional will be K through 12th. They're in Rowan County. Their first day of school is August 23rd. Their enrollment submitted during the RTO2 process is 375 out of a 500 year one ADM, which calculates to 75% of their projected year one RTO. We can just advance to Faith. Yeah, just a few slides forward. Faith Academy has not yet received its educational certificate of occupancy, but what was submitted to the Office of Charter Schools was a letter from the Town of Faith Zoning Administration addressing the construction of modular units on the property site and indicating the property will be in compliance with the zoning district and any codes necessary. The letter states that the permit will be issued upon Faith Academy LLC and Faith Charter School acquiring said property, as well as environmental, asbestos, lead, et cetera. So they are due to get their ECO shortly. The school has submitted, said it will submit inspections once the property is secured. They do have a valid contingency plan. The first thing they would do would be to push back their start date to September 20th. And then they have several churches and other locations in the area, specifically Faith Lutheran Church, Shiloh Reformed Church. These could be used as temporary school sites in the event that Faith Academy Charter School is not able to take possession of Faith Elementary School. As you'll recall, they are in negotiations to purchase that elementary school from the district, or if the modular construction is significantly delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. They also have storefront and retail space that they have put forth. So they do have a valid contingency plan in place. They have met their enrollment targets. They have no areas of insufficiency. Are there any questions on Faith Academy Charter School?
So Claire, you're saying they're still in negotiations for the purchase?
Yes, they will be signing a lease and everything will be good to go. It's just that they don't have their ECO. They don't have their ECO yet. The lease has not been signed yet, and so their educational certificate of occupancy is not in their possession, but they will be good for zoning. Everything will be in order pending all those environmental studies.
Do we have an anticipated date on that signing?
That's the next question.
We don't have an anticipated date. We do have a letter from the town stating that as soon as the lease is executed, the ECO will be issued.
The concern there is that I get it, the town saying everything's good, but they're not the ones that hold the lease.
That's correct.
And I think we had another school that thought they had a school lined up and.
They are an acceleration applicant.
Right.
It's my concern as well.
What do you think, Bruce?
I share that same concern.
How
Seems
is
like
how is this written? Is you reviewed as at the beginning that this had to be secured by June 1st? Do we have the authority to step around that?
I believe in the guidelines which CSAB developed, it said that the schools shall give you evidence of substantial progress towards obtaining the ECO. So it is within your discretion. Again, this is an acceleration applicant, so the facility issue becomes a heightened issue.
Yeah, so yet another one that the same.
Can we not ask them to get an update? A firm date, maybe by the next CSAB meeting well, we don't have a meeting in July, do we?
July
know,
12th.
historically, that when we've had schools, and Mr. Machado can address this, there have been occasions where you have had someone come from the construction facility, or you've had the school sign with somebody from a construction facility an affidavit providing, an update. For this, we were not given a construction schedule because they're simply putting modulars on. But we also, we don't have inspections yet, and we are just waiting on this modular issue. And then we appear to have an indication that with that being completed, they will be in compliance and they will secure that ECO. But that is CSAB's discretion in terms of whether you want to put a stipulation.
But they can't put modulars on the facility, on the property until they have the lease.
The lease.
That's right.
Right.
And it's not just, it's not a campground. Like
Right,
you
already.
don't just plug it in
You're
and
just
go,
not rolling
right?
an RV. It's.
You have to.
Well,
Plumb and.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is my error.
Sewer.
This is my error. Let me backtrack. The lease was signed by both parties, but the lease signed by both parties with the required statutory language was not provided. So what they're saying is they have negotiated a contract to purchase Faith Elementary School, Salisbury County School, that will no longer be used by the district, is in an agreement with Schoolhouse Development LLC, a charter facility developer out of Salt Lake City, Utah. As part of this agreement, Schoolhouse is responsible for the acquisition of the property and the development of the physical school building for the school. So at this point, we don't have that ECO, we
do I
don't have
understand?
the lease, so.
Do I understand you to say that they're going to lease property and put modulars on it temporarily until they purchase, renovate, and open the school? Is that the, and do we know for how long that's going to be? And does that mean?
I believe
that
during
they've
their
secured-
application process, they said that they were going to put modulars on that facility while they were renovating the building. I believe that's what
So
they're saying.
they're leasing the property, so they're leasing the elementary school property from the city and putting modulars on it until they buy it from the city?
Yeah, it sounds like the contract to purchase Faith they've negotiated a contract to actually purchase this with Schoolhouse Development LLC, this facility developer. Schoolhouse is responsible for the acquisition of the property and the development of the school building. And they've got somebody they brought in, Hubert Contracting, as a general contractor for this. And yes, modulars will be put on, but we do not yet have a lease. This is substantial in our estimation. This is substantial progress towards getting the ECO, but again, it is an acceleration applicant, so.
Are the modulars on site?
Can this happen by August 15th?
No.
I mean,
Is it reasonable?
Is we don't have any indication of when the lease is going to be signed, so nothing can happen until, they certainly can't move modulars until there's a lease for
An
the.
executed lease.
Yeah, they can't.
Ms. Porter,
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
this is Rita Hare. In their initial application, they had a contingency of using Faith Lutheran Church. Do you know if that's still on the table?
Yes, their contingency is, the first one is to push back the start date to September 20th. Their second contingency is Faith Lutheran Church and Shiloh Reformed Church of Faith. They also have identified church. So they say if they're not able to take possession of Faith Elementary, the school, or if the modular construction is significantly delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, they have agreements with both of these contingency locations Schoolhouse Development would be able to also acquire a storefront or retail space for lease. So they do have valid contingency plans in place if that modular construction does not proceed to schedule.
I
Do
heard
we
you open
schedule?
discussion with 375 as their enrollment. I had notes from last month that they had enrolled 487. Does anyone recall that? Do we know why it's down to 375?
Yes, ma'am. And some of the schools had in April and May included in applications or enrollments that were in the pipeline that had not been finalized yet. And I think with some natural attrition, families going elsewhere, families canceling, pulling out, they have submitted in their most recent RTO 375 out of 500, year 180.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Claire, I have one more question, if you don't mind.
So of course.
So they do have the contingency for, say, the Lutheran Church. Is that facility, does it have an ECO?
What they have put in their RTO evidences would be that the facility would need to be zoned commercial or light industrial in order for a school to be housed on the property. And this would be for, if Schoolhouse Development needed to acquire a storefront or retail space. Regarding the two churches, Shiloh Reformed and Faith Lutheran, they put temporary school sites in the event Faith is not able to take position. Its modular construction is delayed. Unfortunately, we did not get additional evidence from them as to whether those sites are easily zoned for educational occupancy or not, or whether they have, that would be.
Do we know what the capacity is for those churches? Have they
There's
given
no way
any
you
information?
get something rezoned between now and August.
It's
They
going to
take
take local government action to get the zoning
Exactly.
changed. And then
Planning board, board of commissioners.
And as an accelerated, aren't they supposed to have the ECO by July 1st? Isn't that a stipulation of the accelerated application?
I know that July 1st is the stipulation that you've put on schools, delay your
Delay.
schools. I don't know that you
I
have
thought it was the
historically
same
done that
for-
for
Maybe.
accelerated schools.
In the past, if the facility was moving positively in that direction, you would give them a little time. It sounds like there's nothing's been moving positive on their facility. I'd like to know if these two churches are saying are contingency, how many people will it
Yeah.
hold and can they get?
Capacity.
75
Yeah, so-
students.
Right.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of irons in the fire, but maybe that no one's lit it yet. I don't,
This is Rita. Another question I have is that their number at 375 that has been submitted today, it's exactly the 75% mark of the 500. I just wondered what documentation there is for those 375 that they say are enrolled. I think we
Yes,
want
ma'am.
that strong.
Yes, ma'am, Dr. Hare. All of the schools have
Really fine.
uploaded in Epicenter an Excel spreadsheet whereby they list their K through 4, K through 7, and then they list the students who have enrolled and then any wait list numbers. That is the extent of the evidence. We have asked schools who have, we asked a school today, we'll be asking a school to provide further clarification. The only other evidence that they would tend to submit is their LEA chart, which reflects the students coming from various LEAs. For example, students coming from from Chatham or from, but that they don't ask at this point, and I don't know if this body wants to consider that moving forward. We do not typically ask the schools to provide or attest to bona fide enrollments with the families and addresses and the students and the years. We take them on their word that those applications have translated into enrollments.
Well, we know that Faith Elementary has closed, and I feel like that leaves a space there, a gap that the school is greatly needed, and we granted it accelerated status, so it's really disappointing that they haven't made closure for some of these very important pieces that should be ready.
Yes, ma'am. Are there further questions on Faith, or would you like me to move forward to Summit?
So if we don't move them forward today, given timing of state board meetings, does that keep them from moving forward?
You have options at the end. You have options when you vote. One can be to move them forward in the RTO process. One can be not to move them forward in the RTO process. One could be to move them forward with stipulations you set for July. With any other options, I think that's it.
Could they be delayed a year?
Well, they're
If
not
they-
supposed to be,
Yeah.
Todd, because they're an accelerated.
Right.
And,
It sounds like there's a need. I'm just not sure that they're.
what
They can pull it off
what
in
happened is
3
the
months.
school that they want to purchase just closed.
Right.
That's why, you know, they said they had the accelerated need.
Right.
They also assured us that they would have the facility.
Right.
And I'm just not seeing that evidence.
I don't see it either.
I don't know that we can do a year delay on this. I mean, that's the whole purpose of the
Acceleration.
application. And again, it just dealt with this in years past.
Does it make a difference that there is a state board meeting on July 18th? Instead of waiting through July to get this to them? Does that make a difference?
And could we move them on with the stipulation that we set up, and we have to have a special meeting? I don't know, but we put a date on the calendar where they have to be before us with a secured lease and the construction timeline finalized.
With a viable facility, right? None of these seem viable at this time.
Yeah, but I just didn't know if with July, the 18th state board meeting, that could be a potential.
I just feel like the whole point is that you're supposed to have a viable facility. You tell us repeatedly you have a viable facility, and here we are. This is what I'm saying. Acceleration is not.
Not a joke.
You just shouldn't. I mean, it really is for, like, I don't know, traditional public school that's going to be closed down, that, you know, like this, but where, I don't know, they're ready to just turnkey the whole facility and just convert, or, you know, we had a couple, I don't know, this is just, there's just a lot of questions.
Yeah, I remember us debating this application, not to rehash that, but it was concerns about the facility, and it was concerned about within the community. I mean, the local public school didn't close that school if there weren't issues with, I would say, with making sure enough bodies were in that school.
Sure.
And so
Yeah, it wasn't busting at the seams, so they wouldn't have closed in the first place.
This is fair. I have another question. When they came to us in October and we granted accelerated status, we didn't know Faith Elementary was going to be available. They didn't know. Their options were to build a building, or to purchase or lease mobile units, or to let one of these churches help. And then the school facility became an option. But the school only had 232 students at the time, and they're proposing, Faith Academy is proposing to reach 500. Do we know that the school building will accommodate that many students if this were approved and they reach their numbers? Do you know, Ms. Porter?
I don't know about the specific capacity of the thing. I would hope that they had made sure that they had the capacity and the space for their year one ADM. And I do know that, of course, there are those modulars that are proposed to be on campus. I will say that because our OCS review did not mark this school as insufficient, and it is not appearing before you today to answer your questions, I think in all fairness, and we have another acceleration applicant or two who is not in an identical but a similar situation vis-a-vis the facility, that it would be prudent to allow the board and the school leader to respond to the facility concerns. I just want to put that, because again, on the rubric, they were not marked as insufficient.
Okay, that explains why no one's here.
Yes, yes, we're starting with the schools who are not appearing before you today.
Thank you.
It's gonna take a while.
Yeah,
It goes like this.
We're talking about, Alex,
And again,
we destroyed your agenda.
any RTO acceleration, school guidelines or stipulations on the front end, when you approve it, yes, they say that the facility has to be locked down. But they're under no stipulation to have it by July 1 or by any other date unless you put that stipulation on them.
Somebody
And
make a note
want
of
to
that.
hear back from them
Yes, we'll need to
prior,
change that.
and that's your choice.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we'll definitely need to put stipulations on this one.
Okay.
Yes.
Do we do
I
that?
have to mention- Go ahead.
Or can we give them a couple days to respond to the concerns here? And I mean, Dave, do we need to have another meeting?
I believe so. I believe they need to respond. And if they do respond,
Let me see if we, I'm sorry, Dr. Here. You want me to try to get them on the phone towards the end of this conversation, the RTO conversation, or if you don't approve them with the stipulation, it's going to require another CSAP meeting. So we did whatever.
Well, also in their budget submissions, in their break-even budget, their personnel budget was larger than their regular budget. And I didn't understand their thinking behind the numbers. So I would really like for them to respond to that as well.
This is Cheryl. Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
They were not, they were not marked insufficient on the rubric. Why was that? At that time, did they tell us they had a facility that was not a problem?
For the RTO2, the guideline is that they're making significant progress towards obtaining that educational certificate of occupancy 60 days prior to opening. So our in-house review, in addition to the letter from the Town of Faith Zoning Department, we placed them at emerging. We did not give them heightened scrutiny or a heightened requirement as we did not for the other acceleration. That was done on the front end when the school came before this board and stated that they had a facility in hand. Answers your question?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated the schoolhouse.
Yes, it is.
Not as an EMO, but something to help them with the financing.
Yeah, a charter facility developer, Salt Lake City. So it's schoolhouse development.
They'll buy the facility and lease it back to them.
Yeah, they've negotiated a contract to purchase Faith, and as that school won't be used by the district, and they are in an agreement with Schoolhouse Development, charter facility developer, Salt Lake City, Utah. Schoolhouse is responsible for the acquisition of the property and the development of physical school building. And they've subcontracted, or they've employed Kubrick Consulting, perhaps getting a construction schedule and something attested to, or having the general contractor come in and state that the lease will be signed, the modulars will be finished, and they will have their ECO by a date certain would be something for your consideration.
So I agree with that, but in addition, I think that we need one of their contingency plans to be more robust, like to know, how many students will hold at the church, and could they operate in the church legally by zoning or whatever that is. So I think in addition to this space, we need a viable backup plan. If anybody's tried to buy a 2x4 lately, that there are delays that are not unforeseen
So you
at
would
this
like
moment.
to see a guarantee that the church or any of those contingencies would be turnkey ready, that would be eligible or already have an ECO or could easily acquire one.
That is my opinion.
But is a backup plan even something we should be considering? I mean, they were an accelerated applicant and said this was going to be their site. And
well, but
now, and they can't, unlike another charter we're going to be discussing shortly where they can get into the site, they just would prefer a different site. This sounds like this is not that situation.
But is it, according to what Ms. Hare is saying, that when they originally applied for the acceleration, they were not going into this elementary school? That they were going to do modulars?
That was I think that was one of the options. They had a church building that they could also go into.
Another question I have, Ms. Porter, is the minimum standard of having the certificate of occupancy 30 days prior. Does that apply to all schools and ready to open, or is that just for accelerated?
So, Dr. Hare, to all, and the minimum standard for the facility is substantial progress toward attaining your ECO 30 days before opening day. So substantial progress is for you all to determine. Have these schools made substantial progress? We have many schools who don't get their ECO until mid-July, and as you all well know, there's no drawdown of funding without that in hand. So yes, ma'am.
We also just need to stress, and I hear Bruce, that this is a minimum standard, that this school requested accelerated, and these are minimum standards. And we're having to have this kind of discussion around it. So I think, it's, it's disappointing, but this is where we are with Faith Academy. And I think they'd have to respond. It's the bottom line.
Claire, what is their start date projected?
Start date is August 23rd, and there's a potential pushback to September 20th. They cannot get what they need time.
Okay.
I think the question is just, do we approve them with stipulations, or do we plan to hear from them and have another board meeting? I guess what would the staff recommendation be?
Ms. Porter made a great point. We didn't ask them to come today, so I think we should give them the opportunity to speak.
Yeah.
We could do a special call meeting.
Okay.
It is, in my opinion, it's very concerning that they've had like 3 contingency facilities, but they haven't been able to get close to moving in any of them. And
it is an issue.
Right at the time that you need to make a recommendation to State Board of Ed.
Yeah.
So in the event that you ask these questions, Ms. Porter, and they say, oh yeah, here's all that. Sorry, you didn't ask for it before. Would we need that? If we do it with stipulations that are strong enough, could we just move them forward? But if they can't produce those stipulations by X time frame, then they have to come before us.
Whatever you feel.
Body determines is appropriate. I said you will see another acceleration school. The acceleration schools are having some facility challenges, as you can imagine. So whatever we apply to one, to equally. So.
Is another acceleration up next?
No.
They're coming before us.
Would this body, would CSAB like to, all 3 who are not here at the end of this?
I think we should vote on them individually.
Individually? Okay.
I think we need to wait on this one until we
let's
take
just
other
wait.
accelerations.
Yeah, all right. So our next school who is not appearing before you today is Summit Creek. And as you know, they have gone through a name change, formerly City Charter Academy. They open as well on August 23rd, in Guilford County. Their EMO is National Heritage NHA, and they will be K-5 their first year and K-8 at full capacity. Current enrollment submission for BO2 is actually it was updated 125 students, which is at 101% of their year one ADM of 500. Facility has been built from the ground up. They have and they are again, not acceleration, they are regular timeline applicant. Their ECO is projected for July 26th, and they have contingency plans through NHA, and they've submitted regular and break-even budgets. They do not yet have their ECO, as I said. It is anticipated for July 26th with about a month, 30 days after their opening date of August 23rd. They submit that they are on track to receive that when the construction is finalized, and they have shared a schedule, which you have on e. They're in constant contact with Greensboro Building to fulfill all required evidences. And specifically, what they have said is by July 1st, the building will be substantially complete and inspections are underway. July 26th, the ECO will have been obtained. They are fully aware that no funding will be available until they have their ECO. And let's see, inspections have been ongoing since the start of construction, will continue until building completion. And we have received inspections from the Fire Marshal, Health Department, and all inspectors standing ready. Regarding their contingency plan, they would activate that by July 26th in the event that construction is not complete by that time. They're very confident having a partner in NHA, very familiar with the Greensboro area, that they would be able, NHA and the board would be able to pivot rather quickly to identify a local church or other similar facility that would both offer an ECO and be safe and suitable for students. Summit Creek had no areas of insufficiency at all, so they are not today. Are there any questions on Summit Creek?
Mr. Chair, I'm recusing.
Yes, I have a question. This is Rita Hare. I have a copy of their RTO that says they're insufficient in their transportation plan. Was that improved upon? They had not submitted?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, you must have, yes, that was improved upon, and they submitted a more robust description of how they would carry out transportation. And let me make sure that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yes, that is that was not updated in eBoard. Apologize for that. They have submitted a traffic plan for their specific school. They had originally submitted one for Rollsville Charter, which was a mock-up to give us an idea of what their ingress-egress plan would look like. And they have provided, if you look at their budget, they have provided funds sufficient to make sure that transportation is not a barrier for any student wishing to attend Summit Creek. And a traffic study support was provided by the city of Greensboro.
And the facility is almost complete.
Yes, ma'am. They are looking at a completion date of certificate of occupancy projected for July 26th with a contingency plan. Acceleration school.
So do we make a motion on this one, Alex?
Yeah,
I feel confident with this one, especially with NHA behind them. Make a motion that we move on Summit Creek to ready to open.
I'll second that.
All right. Properly moved and seconded. All in favor?
I'm recusing.
Let the record show that Hilda Perlet recused. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
All right, our last school for RTO who's not appearing before you today is Telra Institute. They are, of course, as you know, a Charlotte-Mecklenburg proposed school, K through 3. Their first day is also August 23rd. K5 at full capacity. And their year one ADM is 240. They currently have, according to their most recent report, which has been updated, they have 250 students, which is 104% of their year one ADM, and I believe they have break even 226 enrolled as a email I got. Occupy a preschool building in Matthews. They are working on certificate of occupancy, and the school is planning technological upgrades, and they expect their ECO by June 30th, 2021. They are not under any stipulations from this body, and there are no additional areas of insufficiency for TELRA. Just very specifically for them, a timeline for the electrical permit was included with the inspections. Again, a June 30th completion date. The facility that they are procuring an ECO for has actually had an ECO in prior years, but it needs to be reissued. Somehow the town didn't have a copy of it. So the school is just working towards getting that ECO reissued for us. There are no health inspection requirements because there will be no meals prepared or served on campus. The lease has been signed by both parties, and it contains the required no indebtedness language from statute. And the contingency plan is 5 miles away from their Plan A approved location. It would be move-in ready, and it would have been already approved for educational occupancy. It's TELRA, and they are an NC access recipient.
Do we have any questions or concerns about TELRA?
I don't know if it's a concern, a point of clarification. You said that they don't need a health inspection because no food will be served or prepared. Does that mean that their lunch plan is everybody brings a lunch?
Their lunch plan, let's take a quick look at this.
That's yeah, that's my question.
They are not participating in the National School Lunch Plan this year, but it may in future years. They have a lunch and wellness policy, and they have provided contracted vendor sanitation ratings. One was provided for 2 guys in a kitchen at 99%. TELRA states students will purchase lunch from a school-selected vendor, which will be prepared off-site and delivered daily to TELRA, which will ensure that students who have forgotten their lunch, who cannot afford lunch, are provided a daily meal by the outside vendor paid for by the school. So they have provided information about how eligible families will be made aware of free and reduced lunch, and they have put money in their budget for school lunch. But they did not provide a health rating for the kitchen, as they have indicated it will be vendor drop off with no heating or cooling, using the refrigerated sacks and the heating sacks that they bring. Can I take any more questions on TELRA?
And Dave, this meets the criteria for the NC access?
You don't have to be in the National Lunch Program, but you do have to have a comprehensive lunch program. You can do it in-house or however, but it doesn't have, you don't have to participate in the federal lunch program.
So they are going to collect data so that they can provide for those students.
Yes.
How are they letting parents know if I was a parent of a child who could not afford to take you guys out of the kitchen, how would I know that I could have that subsidized? Is that because that could cause a parent not to even apply?
Yes, ma'am. They will be making parents aware, and they will be collecting the FRL data, and it will be made widely known to parents that should they choose to avail themselves of free and reduced lunch, that TELRA will cover it, and it will be done, as Dr. Bott, the chancellor, explained to me, it will be done It will be done purely in-house, so it will be, parents won't have to see the payment at all. It'll be taken care of in advance.
And Ms. Porter, you stated that they would provide for free and reduced lunch in the future. I assume maybe the second year, third year.
They are in progress working with Jackie McGowan and her group for the National School Lunch Program. She has indicated that they have made adequate progress in the NSLP program. There was only one school that had made inadequate progress, but it was not Tulra. So that will be year 2, but plan is for the year 1 that the vendor provide the lunches.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't think that could get out of a health inspection just because you weren't serving lunch. I think you have to have a health inspection regardless.
The school has to have a health inspection.
But not the kitchen.
They're just not going to look at a cafeteria. They need to have a health inspection for everything else.
Yeah, just,
Like bathrooms, et cetera.
yeah, yeah,
Janitorial closets.
making sure
Yeah.
that water temperatures
Yes,
is certain.
yes, not the kitchen serving, heating, refrigeration.
So not a sanitation grade, basically, but a health inspection, definitely.
Yes, and we'll make sure that the school provides that
Okay.
prior to opening. Can I answer any other questions on Tulra Institute?
I'll make a motion that we move Tulra Institute to ready to open.
Hilda Perley seconds.
All right, properly moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries.
All right.
It's next.
So we have visited regarding schools who were not marked insufficient with, which we'll discuss later, the additional requirement, Faith Academy. Now we can move to schools who are hearing in front of you today via Cisco. And first, just going alphabetical. First of these schools is Peak Asheville. As you know, they are starting on August 13th. They are an NC Access recipient. They're a regular timeline applicant. They will be in Buncombe County, K2 in year 1, and when fully operational, K8. Peak is here before you for one area of insufficiency today, and that is enrollment. Saw Peak in May, and at that point, you preliminarily approved and recommended to the state board to amend their year 1 ADM downwards from 128 down to 102. So Peak has submitted new break-even budgets, break-even at 98, budget at 102. And as of, if we look at their enrollment based on those amended bid numbers, so that they have 83 fully enrolled, which they submit is their enrollment. That is 81% of the requested year 1 ADM of 102 students. It would have been 65% if we had gone with their original ADM of 128. But again, the reason they're here is that the state board has not yet made a decision on that amendment. So Asheville Peak has received an educational certificate of occupancy from Peak. The school will not prepare meals on site. They do have contingency location, 1,000 Brevard. That's about 49,000 square feet available. They have hired a new school leader. Dr. Raul Saldana was the former leader. They have Dr. Sherry Hicks, who is a veteran administrator who's on board now. And I believe that Catherine Lordy, or Chair Tiffany Nacho, and Dr. Hicks may be on the line with us today. If you had any questions regarding, and the facility is already complete, so we don't have renovation or construction to deal with.
All right. If I recall, one of the main issues was just around the potential predicted enrollment. Would you all like to have the Asheville Peak folks comment on that?
Yes, I'd like for them,
Where do they stand?
for the leader or the board chair to speak, because it's very concerning that their current enrollment is only 83. And that's just 3 above the state minimum. And we all know that even though you might have X enrollment, that is probably not what you'll have on day one. I'd like to hear about their concerted efforts to get those enrollment numbers up.
Do we have, and with us from Miss Tiffany?
Yes, would you like me to speak now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, again, this is Tiffany Hanacho, the board chair for Asheville Peak. We do have updated numbers. Our numbers are changing constantly. We're up to 85 fully enrolled. I know that's only 2 more than last time, but we have 5 in progress. They're needing to get their birth certificates. So we expect to have that at 90 in the near future. And that's all we're waiting outstanding on those 5. That will bring us up to 90. We have 7 confirmed, but haven't started the enrollment process. So they've accepted their seat. They just have not started the application. And this is within the past week, last week, I should say. We still have a wait list for kindergarten. Our biggest push, and Catherine, our on the marketing committee can speak to this, is getting enrollment for our 1st and 2nd graders. And we would just need about 10 more to be at our 102 mark. The reason why we did decrease our ADP and not recruiting another kindergarten class is our facility. Our facility, the classroom sizes that are currently or that will be ready for opening are slightly smaller than we had hoped. And so we actually reduced our class size to accommodate.
Could you clarify the actual completed enrollments for us one more time? I think I heard that you were just awaiting birth certificates for certain students, but other than
5. So we're up to 85 fully enrollment with completed documents received. We have 5 that have completed their enrollment, but they need to submit their birth certificate. We're waiting on birth certificates.
And the issue with adding, even though you have the numbers for additional kindergarten enrollments, is the space configuration of the classrooms?
Yes.
Miss Tiffany, what is the square footage of your facility?
So we have actually, and Catherine can speak to the exact number. I can't recall off the top of my head, but one of the floors, one of the levels is being renovated. That will give us additional space. Catherine, do you have a square footage in front of you?
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head the square footage of the actual building. One floor that we're going to occupy has 7 classrooms and ample bathrooms and a small office reception space. So it's a perfect number of classrooms starting out. They are on the smaller side. I can't quote exactly, but I would say around 500 square feet. And it is a standalone building, even though it's on Trinity Methodist campus. Upstairs, there are additional classrooms that are being leased currently. Our hope is potentially to move into those spaces in the future. We are also occupying the basement space, which does not require any construction to move into year 1. We are going to be adding some office spaces, and then for year 2, we'll be adding 2 additional classrooms. So I'm sorry I can't quote the actual square footage of the facility. If you give me a minute, I can search our facility plans and find it.
That's fine. You said 500 approximately per classroom. What's the enrollment per grade level per classroom?
So we're going to have 3 classes of kindergarten with 18 in those classes, and then 3 classrooms that are slightly smaller of 1st and 2nd grade that are going to be 16 per classroom.
Is the 18 a limit that exists in the charter for kindergarten?
In our charter application,
Yeah.
We did change
We-
it. didn't we?
Yeah, we just changed, I think, the total number in our charter application. Meredith is not here, the one who did the amendments, but to my knowledge, I don't think we cited specifically the class size limit.
I was just thinking that squeeze a few more students in there.
They're saying the class is too small.
Yeah.
Your kindergarten numbers are always going to be higher.
Yeah, you might also consider that
Especially kindergarten.
you're gonna potentially shed some of those students too, so you'd be better off just accepting them and preparing for that attrition. Because not all of, you said you have 3 classes of 18 enrolled.
Yes. Yeah, and some of those are included in the, in progress or, have confirmed but have not started their application. But we do have full acceptance in kindergarten and a few on the wait list still.
This is Rita Hare. If you have 3 kindergartens at 18 and you have 3 first and second grades at 16 each, that's 150 students. So, and I'm thinking you have 85 currently enrolled. So what is the accurate breakdown of first and second grades, assuming that kindergarten is full?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was clumping first and second together. I'm sorry. It's 1 first grade, 1 second grade, and then 1 multi-age first and second grade class. And each class has 16.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
It's tight.
Yeah.
As you
To get our,
do we, what happens if they drop below 80 statutorily?
If what happens?
If they drop below 80?
It's ugly. We had this a couple of years ago, Tom, where we had to make special concessions for 3 schools that were below 80, and now they've just begun to grow a little bit where they're not in such, well, I think we had to get we did a special amendment or request to state board to allow them to operate. It's just not a good precedent to.
No, it's not. And
just
Alex
close.
made the comment at our last meeting that statutorily it's one thing, but financially it's a whole nother.
It's almost
thing.
impossible to operate a school with so few students.
Yeah.
That's why the state puts together.
Right.
if I may speak,
Yeah, go ahead.
this is Tiffany again. So we do have 85 fully confirmed, but if we add up the 5 we're waiting on birth certificates and the 2, if we admit the 2 that are on our wait list, plus the 13 that are confirmed or pending confirmation, we would be up to 104, which we would exceed our, and we could be flexible with that, but we have a marketing strategy and I think a push to get all of those confirmed and enrolled within the next 10 days.
How many classrooms do you have available to you?
5, I think they said.
We have 7 classrooms available to us. One of those will be EC. So 6 regular classrooms.
That's
Right. And so you have 3 full kindergarten classrooms, and then 3 other classrooms, 1 second grade, 1 first grade, and 1 a combined first, second grade. You have more demand for kindergarten students. Would it make more sense
Typically, you do.
to add another kindergarten class rather than a first, second combined?
I'm sure they probably don't have enough for a whole nother teacher in classroom.
And if they've already accepted the enrollments.
And the 3 kindergarten classes that we do have are relatively big to accommodate kinder style teaching. The other classrooms are are slightly smaller.
What was the state boards you presented last month on the enrollment, correct?
No, we didn't. They didn't see
They
anything
did.
but did they see anything about this school?
Do you have any indication how they might feel, Dave? Are they gonna
We,
accept?
we
it?
pres- I presented the preliminary RTO recommendation, and then I also presented the lowering their enrollment. And they'll vote on both of those. Excuse me, in July.
For discussion.
So it's just a presentation at that point.
So is this school, it has the access, they have the access grant?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I can remember when I remember this application, it was, the board was so energetic and I was excited about this group.
It's a great board.
And they are in an area where there is a desegregation order, and they spoke to that in their application. I'm disappointed that they don't have more enrollments.
I think we've seen when schools try to open up K2, that's always a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But seemingly, they would have done a little more homework based on the number of kids they were going to use per class, per grade, to get a facility that would be large enough square footage wise.
Well, I mean, I definitely think that I know that there's been, I know the board, I know some of the folks on the board, I know they've been working at this really diligently. I just think I don't know. I mean, it's just hard when you get I think what Dave's saying, the K-2 can be challenging. You know, you really got to hit that 120. I think they're just in a tough spot.
So they have no other areas of insufficiency.
Yeah, this is one of the best applications that we've ever had.
Absolutely, yeah.
They did.
How many kindergartners are on the wait list?
2 right now. We probably could recruit more. I think our facility did impact. We went through a lot of different options, even the one, like you said, on Brevard Road. It
I
just
would
was.
just go ahead and accept those two.
Yeah.
Just enroll as many as you can. Because you're going to shed some.
You're going to shed some kids and
Yeah.
pull them before they go somewhere else.
And maybe we'd be more a little bit strategic. I think we slowed down and the word is out that our kindergarten is full. And a lot of people, especially Asheville community, I mean, it's hard to pull your kids out going in first and second grade.
Right.
It's easier to get kindergartens who don't have that experience with the school system yet.
I mean, I do think that there's a possibility that this summer could be a few more enrollments than in the past, just because I think people are making decisions much later in the typical timeline. I think I've heard from a lot of people that their numbers are down. And it seems like maybe people are making decisions later.
And I will say, if I could just add, we have a very intentional, concrete plan in terms of making sure that we, the students we have enrolled show up on day one. We're having summer camps. There's a weekly email blast. There's lots of engagement with board members and new staff. Dr. Poole, our new school leader, is very well connected to the community, and she will begin officially for us July 6th. And at that point, we'll, begin giving tours, and our teachers we've hired have already started having a social media presence and are doing weekly read alouds and things like that. So I feel really confidently in our plan, and part of the issue has just been with securing a facility. A lot of families have wanted to know where it is before they enroll. So we do intend to ramp up more recruitment in the upcoming weeks.
Dave, with Monroe and the other one, what was the kind of, and Tiffany, maybe you may remember, like what was statutorily, let's say that we green light them and then they dip below. What is the board? We basically just we didn't have to close them.
Statutorily, it says that this charter school cannot stay open with less than 80 students. Those two schools, for some reason, were allowed to stay open.
I have a couple of questions. This is Rita. They mentioned in our interview, they mentioned Francine Delaney. I think it's a charter also in the area, and that they had a wait list of over 300 students. It was one of the things that gave this board, Asheville Peak, confidence that they could hit the enrollment. I'm just wondering about the status of that other charter. What happened to that wait list, or do they still have one?
Francine Delaney, one of our established charter schools.
Right, the
Here.
Peak board referred to them. Can someone from Peak Academy address that?
Sure. I don't know about the status of their current wait list. We've been in touch with Francine Delaney on other things, but not necessarily that. I will say just my personal knowledge is that their wait list mainly consists of students that are not necessarily our targeted demographic. And so that's not necessarily a demographic that we've been marketing heavily to.
Okay, it was put forth in the interview as a source, and the number was over 300 on the wait list. So I was interested in that. Also, is Jean Bell still on the board for Peak?
Jean Bell left our board in February just for personal reasons, a lot going on. Our hope is that he will rejoin the board, and we're in conversation with him about that this fall.
Okay. One final question for our board. Could someone just, are we comfortable with the facility? I don't really have a visual, but for the size and all the spaces, was everyone comfortable with what they have in their facility?
So I think I want to ask the question again, just to belabor the subject. So you have 3 kindergarten classes of 18 students. And they are full, right?
Correct. Yes.
So that's 54 students. And then how many first and second graders do you have enrolled?
So fully enrolled or in the process?
Sure, fully enrolled.
I can pull that up. First, we have 18 completely enrolled. Second, we have 17 completely enrolled. And then there are 5 that are in progress. And then there are, let me pull up.
And so the 3 other classrooms that you have, they hold, did you say 16 or 17 students?
Yes, we were going to do 16.
Could it be 18? And I guess I'm going back to this, the same thing. If those 5 kids are not fully enrolled, it's going to be so much easier to recruit more kindergartners. To Dave's point earlier about recruiting first and second graders, could you make that shift and have 1 grade of first, or 1 classroom of first, 1 classroom of second, and 4 classrooms of kindergarten? And I think you might solve your enrollment issues.
And which grades are the 5 in progress? First and
Ma'am?
second. But
This is Libby Kyles, the vice chair. Could I just add something, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I understand the need to solve the enrollment numbers. We've been incredibly intentional about who we reach out to and how we reach out. And we are very confident that with moving forward with Ms. Hicks and the marketing plan that we have, that we will meet all of our targets in terms of enrollment. And to shift the numbers just to meet it and not have adequate space in a classroom for students to be able to move around and work and do the things that need to happen in those specific grade levels so that we can make sure that they are on grade level and we're not moving kids along because we don't have really the facility size room to do the things that need to be done. I wouldn't want to overcrowd a classroom to just meet the number.
The problem is you can't have a school if you can't meet the number.
Meet the number.
Right, but we are currently at 85 with with the projection that we have. Hopefully by next week, that number will be over 90 because we're waiting on the 5 birth certificates, as well as the 7 that are starting their applications. And we will continue recruitment throughout the months of June and July. And so if we're thinking about shifting that, can we look at that maybe later if we get closer to that date and we see, oh, this just isn't working?
Yeah, I mean, I would say to the board, like, I don't really want to get too deep in I feel like we're overstepping here. We're trying to micromanage, and I just don't want us. We don't need to be telling them how to solve the problem. That's up to them. I think the question is just, do we feel? You said the 5, you're just waiting on a birth certificate. You have other like enrollment paperwork for those 5.
Everything but the birth certificate.
Yeah, so that usually means like they're coming. Like those
Yeah.
kids will probably show up. I will say like I know the board chair had from many years ago worked through Teach for America. Catherine is exceptional. And they have put a ton of planning in this and also read about their leader. Sounds like they have a strong leader. I feel confident that they'll hit the mark. It's just I just don't like sending, a school with such a slim, razor thin margin for error to the state board. But it sounds like they probably, if they get those 5 and then they're up to 90, and then you figure they'll probably, they may shed 10. If they can get up to 100, they'll still hover slightly above that 80 number. So I don't know.
It sounds to me there's no other issues with where
Everything.
they're at. And, I share your concern about it's a thin line, but the number is 80 and they are over it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And they've made the adjustments to they adjusted downward on their projections, and sounds like they have a good summer plan. And it is important to note that they did just bring in their new leader who has a lot of community contacts compared to they had to make a change with their leader, and the person prior did not have those connections. So
Do have, Chair Quigley, July 2nd is the next enrollment report facility update. So that would be, I believe, prior to the next board meeting. Is that right?
yeah.
To provide updated.
Yeah. So I guess the question would just be, do we want to move them forward now? Do we vote now to move them forward to ready to open, or to just wait until July 2nd? I just don't know if by not moving them forward, if we're just making it more difficult for them to recruit.
I think we move them forward.
Yeah.
On what grounds are we not? They're checking the check box.
Yeah.
It may not be a check plus, but they check the box.
Right. The only thing is their amendment has not been approved. So based on the current application, they're only at 65% of their ADM. So I just think that's contingent on the amendment being approved. We approved it.
We approved it. We're just waiting on, which I don't anticipate there to be an issue.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah. I mean, I'm comfortable moving forward. Just
I make a motion that we go ahead and move them.
Ready to open.
They're ready to open.
Little police seconds.
all right. Properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries. All right. Thank you, Asheville Peak.
Thank you.
Next applicant school is CE Academy. They're a Mandarin immersion school. First day of school is August. if approved here in Wade County. They are in a delay year, and as such, they do have the same stipulation that other delay year schools have, that they must have their certificate of occupancy in hand by July 1st. CSAB did make a preliminary recommendation to move CE Academy to RTO at its May meeting. OCS, the Office of Charter Schools, has received an educational certificate of occupancy for 101 Preston Drive in Cary. That is, the school has submitted that this building, the Cary Preston Drive, only has enough space for the first year. In order to have larger space to fit more students in, they are also seeking an easement for a backup location, which ultimately would be a location for them at 520 Olive Drive in Cary. But they do have, and we have that, we've already got that checked off. So they are here for several reasons. Primarily, they are last submission, at the last information we received, they have 13 fully enrolled students. You also heard from CE Academy back in May when they requested to amend their year one ADM from 400 to 200 students and to amend their grade span from K4 to K2. You tabled that amendment in May. They have submitted a budget for 200 with a requested break even at 197. And so if we look at the original year one EDM in their application, which was 400, they come in at 3% current enrollment, or should you approve the amendment, come in at 6% of a year one ADM, 200 students. They're also appearing because they have not submitted required documentation required at this point. Submitted to us was not a certificate of liability insurance, but a quote, and it's unclear as to when this quote was produced. There was a date for what they submitted at the bottom in 2018. At this point in time, it's expected that schools produce a certificate of liability insurance, not a quote, not a binder, but actually actual certificate. It's fine if the dates start later. It's fine if there are some lines of coverage missing, and those can be improved upon. But at this point, we don't have that. This SBE is not named as an additional insured. There is verbiage on there about board members, but not the North Carolina State Board of Education is not clearly listed. So we are looking for an actual certificate of liability insurance from them. Key staff is another area that we've invited with us today about. Only 1 in 27 listed positions has been by CE Academy. Have evidence that Ms. Helly Chu, the school leader, has been hired, as we have no board meeting minutes which show her stepping down from a board chair and into a school leader. To, of course, take place, one cannot be a board chair and a school leader at the same time. So that may in fact have happened. We just don't have any evidence that that took place. There's a lack of detail that's submitted. Transportation was also insufficient. We have a spreadsheet listing surpluses for sale. That was submitted, no inspections, no confirmation of sale for purchase was submitted. What submitted for traffic support was insufficient. Transportation plan lacks significant detail how they will ensure that transportation doesn't pose a barrier to any student who wishes to attend CE Academy. No inspections were submitted for the location, the one Preston Drive location, because school stated, since there is no contract yet, we are waiting for it. We already have certificate of occupancy. And they do have a backup plan. So we talked about that, and they would like to get an ECO for that. The board has had significant turnover. I know Ms. Chu is on the line, some of her. There is a concern that functioning with 5 board members, As I already mentioned, the current proposed school leader is a board chair. We have received minutes reflecting step down from that position, or it's reflecting a vote for a school leader. She has held herself out as the school leader. So know that we had significant turnover. The board. 2 officers are out-of-state residents, which is fine as long as a majority of the officers have residency in North Carolina. We did have a question and a conversation in our last meeting regarding applications versus enrollments. What was submitted to us, which could not be verified, was internet interest form that had interest from folks who were not in the state of North Carolina. And that's fine, but we explained to the school that the applications must generate from qualified residents of the state of North Carolina. And confirmed enrollments of 13 out of students. It's the start of the conversation with CE. And Ms. Chu, are you on the line with your board? Ms. Chu?
I don't even know that I need to hear.
Yeah,
We don't
really.
so,
I'm ready
we
for the
could just-
motion.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Clay.
I make
I
a
would
motion.
make that.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
That's great.
I
That's
second.
good. Good, thank you.
Chu, thank you.
Yeah,
Board members with you, Ms. Chu?
yes. I saw the Robinson is here.
Could you state who is on the line with you from your board, Ms. Chu?
I didn't check. I think they are all here. I think they're all here.
Could they verbally, and could they introduce themselves, please?
Yeah, Robinson, I saw him. Oh, I didn't see here right now.
We have a motion.
Yeah, we have a motion.
Okay.
We have a motion.
We have a motion on the
Yes, ma'am.
floor and it's been seconded.
Yeah, so been properly moved and seconded. And any discussion on the motion?
Alex, I didn't hear the motion.
Go ahead. Why don't we restate the motion again and second it?
Please restate.
Yeah, I'd make a motion that we do not move CE Academy forward to ready to open.
And Hilda Parley seconded.
All right, so it's been properly moved and second. Any discussion? I would like to give her an opportunity to make a comment. So at this time, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I would like to see. Good morning. Regarding I have some question and have 2 issues would like to talk to you. First, CE Academy started planning 7 years ago. The new school was supposed to open last year during the pandemic. As everyone knows, the pandemic closed many schools across the countries. We were therefore unable to conduct marketing or promotion under these circumstances. For a new school, it is different from the existing school in terms of enrollment. A new school is far more difficult. The second, Mrs. Claire Junkensport works for the Office of Charter Schools, NC Department of Public Instruction. She is our only connection with OCS. However, she treats us unfairly. A. Acadia North Star was Clara's strong recommendation. We respect this company very much and expect they can help our marketing. Acadia always has been actively pushing for a contract sign-in. But since the last meeting on May 10th, they suddenly didn't want to work with us. We have the same facility issue as Acadia. So this makes our marketing and enrollment tasks impossible to complete. B, after the May 10th decision to not move forward, she still asked to recruit 75% of teachers to intentionally create difficulties for us. C, due to Clara's various unfair practices, we strongly urge the replacement of this consultant to bring in fairness of the education system. Thank you for your time and the consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we do have a motion on the table to not move CE forward. Is there any further discussion?
Alex,
Yeah.
I almost don't even know what to say.
So Chair
we
Quigley,
got 13 children.
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to give Ms. Porter
Claire.
an opportunity to respond.
Ms. Chu, thank you for being here today. I definitely contradict what you asserted. You've had many contacts in the Office of Charter Schools. First and foremost, Director Machado, Ms. Ashley Beccaro. You've worked with Joseph Laterio Mamone, Georgia Mamone, who was briefly on your board. I'm not sole contact with the Office of Charter Schools, nor am I the sole conduit for information from you to the CSAB or the State Board of Education. B, I never made a recommendation to or from or about Acadia. We do not recommend specific vendors. I don't know if you're confusing me with another person in the office, but we do not recommend vendors to any of our schools unless we provide a list. I have no idea why Acadia no longer wishes to contract with your board. So I very much reject your assertions, and I factually contradict each and every one of them.
All right. Yeah, we're not gonna discuss this any further. So there is a motion. Board members, any other discussion on the motion? Cheryl, did you want to say anything?
No, we can just go ahead and vote.
Okay. All right. So all in favor to not move CE forward to ready to open?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Chairman Quigley, I'd like to just quickly state that I've watched Ms. Porter handle herself for the last 2 years. She's been in our office, and she's one of the most professional, hardworking, competent people on our staff. And I'm not sure where those other comments came from, but I want to publicly thank Ms. Porter for her patience and professionalism dealing with all the applicants.
Director Machado.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Right.
All right. Who's next?
We're visiting with Doral Academy, North Carolina. EMO is Doral, and their proposed Wake County charter school opening August 23rd. Doral Academy, like Asheville Peak, interview today for enrollment. Specifically, the school has on the table an amendment to reduce their year one ADM down from 500 to 270. As of last count, they were, I believe, above at least 205 students. So that would put them at 74, 75% probably today. of their year one ADM. Again, they're here because the state board has not yet approved their amendment to reduce their ADM downwards. And I believe that the SPE agenda, we also have a request to implement a weighted lottery and revise enrollment projections next month. So they have met all the stipulations. We have been presented with an ECO. We have sewer, fire, and health inspections for food service. No construction plan. As the building is dedicated to education, there is no pending construction there. They do have a contingency plan in place with detailed quotes from Vesta Modules, and the plan is ready and they can secure those if needed. See if there's anything else. At your May meeting again, it's preliminarily recommended to continue in the readiness process with the following stipulation. They shall submit a request to amend their year one and they shall submit a revised regular and budget. They will also shall meet the CSAB guideline for minimum standards for opening, which include the charter must achieve 75% of its projected enrollment by June 1st. We are waiting additionally to hear from them required documentation, specifically, as we mentioned earlier, a certificate of liability insurance. So what they've submitted, which is more than a binder and still not sufficient, they need to get that reissued immediately with the proper coverages in the correct amounts and an indication of the effective date. They also need to name the state board as a named additional insured. Specific lines that are missing: errors and omissions, professional liability, crime, employee theft coverage, auto liability is required. And we told the school that even if they're to have that to cover field trips and other school related activities, workers' comp. And we do have the charter agreement, a digital signed notarized copy. We're awaiting the original at DPI, and they had no other areas of insufficiency. Their transportation plan is fleshed out. They have a dedicated line budget for that. And Jackie McGowan, who is also on the line here, has indicated that for the National School Lunch Program, they have just started their application. So they do intend to participate in NSLP. And they are also contracting right now, and they have health inspections for Enloe High School cafeteria, which in Wake County, with whom they have a cooperative agreement. So we have everything. We've got their vendor inspections. We've got sufficient and adequate progress in the NSLP. And we have a secured catering with Wake County through Enloe. Nutrition and contract, as well as inspection from their vendors, are submitted. And their policies look good. Their family handbook looks good. That's all I have for Durham. So it's
Claire, could
our
you,
documentation and enrollment.
what was their, so we've got the amendment outstanding for decrease in enrollment to 270.
Mm-hmm.
How many enrolled students right now today?
Doral, are you on the line with us?
Yes, ma'am. We have an update that we are currently at 217 fully enrolled in students. And if the amendment is granted, that would put us at 80% today.
Okay.
With many other acceptance letters that are out and pending parents to submit documentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. And we also, if the board would like, we do have Jeanette Nunez on the line who works with us getting insurance. If the board has any questions, she may be able to give you an update. So Ms. Nunez, if you would like to hear from her, she certainly can respond to the insurance.
CSAB, do you have any questions on the certificate of liability insurance that the school is procuring right now?
Is it satisfying all of the aspects?
Not
of
at
the-
this point, but
not
they
at
do
this
have
point.
the
don't,
opportunity to cure like most of the schools. So they have presented more than a quote, more than a binder. They've actually presented a certificate. It's just not with the adequate lines of coverage on there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, can the board speak to the insurance, Cheryl?
Can I get a motion? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we need the board to speak to the insurance.
Okay.
This is Mr. Rodriguez. All of our other board members are on. Ms. Cecilia Galarte, Mr. Calvin Stevens, Chair David Carrera is also on, and also Elizabeth Smith. But we do have Jeanette Nunez that is on, that works with us with the insurance. So Ms. Nunez, can I turn it over to you to give us an update? Ms. Nunez?
She may be muted.
Let me just text her and let her know she's on.
Claire, while we're waiting for her, how long does it take to get into the National School Lunch Program? So they're making progress.
Making progress. We ask Jackie McGowan every year to kind of give us an update. It can take a considerable amount of time, over a year, as long as they're continuing to take the steps to move forward. It's only one school that no.
I apologize. She's unmuted, but apparently she's not coming through. Jeanette, are you there? Okay. She's on her phone. She hears us. I'll ask her to give me an update so that I can pass it on to the board.
Good morning. If I may, I can speak about, my name is Principal Ana Chanis. I'm the principal of the school. I can speak a little bit about the lunch program if you would like.
Sure.
So we have been in communication with Wade County for catering. Our contact is Judy Moore. We were able to secure a contract, which is what we submitted for the RTO process. And in addition to that, we were just waiting for our contract to get signed. We had to get it approved by the board. We had to sign ourselves, and then they had to return it to them for signatures. I just passed it along today to Zone 4. Catherine is our point of contact there, and Katrina, they've been helping us. So right now they're going back to the county to work on the nutritional menu so that we can continue to move forward with the process for NSLP. For all other documents, I do have to say that Claire has played a very important role in guiding us through this process. We had a really hard time at the beginning finding who to direct to in order to begin, because all of our other schools participate in NSLP, and our RTO meetings monthly were able to provide those contacts for us. So I have to say that has been very helpful for us.
Okay. And I would like to add, I'm sorry, Ms. Nunez and I are texting, and just so that the board is aware, she's already requested the additional coverages that are required, and she's hoping to have that in the next 48 hours, maybe even by tomorrow. So she will have that, and we will get that to the district. I'm sorry, excuse me. And I do want to say, I want to thank Mr. Machado and his staff as well. They have been nothing but helpful. Ms. Porter, everyone there has been nothing but helpful. And I just wanted to say that on behalf of Doral Academy, whether you move us forward or not, I just want to thank everybody at the Charter Authority who has been so helpful to us. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, is there a motion?
Cheryl, I'll make a motion that we move Doral Academy forward to ready to open.
Can we make it with the stipulation that we do actually get the coverage changes?
The stipulation that we have a completed insurance package.
Is there a second?
Seconds.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we move Doral Academy forward to RTO status, with the condition that they do follow through and get the rest of the insurance that they need. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Okay, Claire.
All right, moving right along. Our next guest is Elaine Riddick Charter School. As you know, this is a proposed charter for this county. First day of school is August 23rd. Elaine Riddick is in a delay year, and so as such, they have a stipulation that they present their educational certificate of occupancy by 1st of July, Elaine Riddick will be opening grades K through 3 and when fully operational K-8. Their EMO is Torchlight. In May, CSAB made a recommendation based on RTO 1 that the school move forward. Unfortunately, RTO 2 has been a little more challenging. I did make the motion. They move forward with that stipulation to produce their ECO, their Educational Certificate of Occupancy. And we received some contradictory information in Epicenter, and I'll go over that. And I will also state that we received documentation last night after 10:30 from and its EMO, which I believe has been forwarded to you directly by Ms. Piquero, is that correct? But which is not in eBoard. We also had received an email from Dr. Hare regarding this additional information. But I will just walk through what was submitted and where we're at with Elaine Riddick, and then this board can entertain whether it would like to consider that additional evidence or walk through that with Mr. McQueen or Dr. Derek Allen, the new school leader. So we did receive budgets. We had received a budget at 120 and at 80, which is the statutory minimum. I emailed Diana Powell, their board chair, and I said, please explain the discrepancy because you were approved at 160. So they submitted a budget for 140, I'm sorry, for 120, and yet through to reduce the ADM. So they did submit yesterday night the email updated budgets. Again, the school is approved at 160. If you'll look at their individual rubric, we mark them and we mark them as emerging, but we did have questions about the enrollment. What was submitted in Epicenter was an Excel spreadsheet reporting 160 students, which is their exact ADM, and 32 students in each grade with no wait list. When we received board minutes from Elaine Riddick in May, there was in the minutes evidence of a number 145. I asked for an explanation of that discrepancy. We also received the LEA sending chart, which would, Perkins County or Wake County or whatever the surrounding counties, that chart reflected 38. So one of the questions I had for Elaine Riddick was, please explain the discrepancy and please let us know whether you are presenting us full enrollments or applications. So that is one area to have conversation about. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt. The 38 represents what?
So one of the RTO deliverables is that they submit a chart showing where their kids are coming from and the number of students coming from each sending LEA. And so they gave us maybe 4 or 5. I don't have my hands on the chart, but the total number of kids represented there was 38. Now, it is very possible that that chart wasn't updated. It's very possible. I don't know who submitted for RTO, and they can walk through that with us, but that is why we asked for clarification on enrollment numbers. And as you know, some of the RTO submissions are dated from last year. So some of the material I know has just been resubmitted again, perhaps. Some of the material I know Mr. McQueen, who's on the line, sent us some information last night. Whether you consider that or not is within your discretion. But we have some other areas of insufficiency and emerging with Elaine Riddick that we probably need to walk through as well. At the time, May 21st, that they submitted their RTO deliverables, there are a couple things. They still do not have an educational certificate of occupancy. They are in a delay year. They had funding documentation challenges. At that point, no accounting services were provided. No bank account had been established. And most importantly, 501c3 status, their nonprofit status had not been, may not still be in place. So one of the documents that Mr. McQueen sent last night does cure. So we do have a BB&T letter from BB&T. We do have very recent establishment of accounting services, I believe, with Goodall, Eddie Goodall. We do have information from Mr. McQueen, I believe, or Torchlight. They have a differing opinion about 501c3 status and when the 24 months runs. So I'm going to defer to legal in a moment on this one. They did tell us that, you know, the facility is set to undergo renovations. They expect the ECO by July 1st. As of the 21st, no renovation schedule had been, inspections had been provided, and 2 contingency locations were provided, and it was unclear as to whether those locations would be able to obtain the ECO in time. I will say that I had a great conversation with their school leader, Dr. Derek Allen. He is registered for the new Charter Leaders Institute this week, tomorrow and Wednesday as a requirement. But we do have that issue also of the 501c3. The State Board of North Carolina granted final approval to Elaine Riddick on June 7th of 2019. So from that date to today, June 7th of 2021, we have 24 months. I will defer to legal again, but charter agreement actually states that the tax exempt status of the nonprofit in Section 6 pursuant to General Statute 115C-218.15B, the nonprofit shall obtain federal tax exempt status no later than 24 months from the date the SBE gives final approval of its application, which, if we read it that way, is today. One cannot sign a charter agreement. The superintendent cannot sign a charter agreement with an entity that does not hold nonprofit status. And we have not received 501c3 status, but I'm going to Ms. Lucas in terms of to have some other areas of insufficiency as well, but I'll stop there.
Tiffany, your opinion?
So, as you all are entitled to go into closed session with me if you would like my legal opinion on this particular issue. Alternatively, you may continue forward with the other issues that Ms. Porter has yet to discuss and decide whether you need to go into closed session for my opinion on that issue.
It's a pleasure of the board.
So if that issue is insurmountable, is it worth listing all the other things?
Or vice versa.
Right.
I guess I would.
Can we go shorter?
Going into closed session.
Yes,
because
can we?
Prefer to not have the attorney's voice be heard on the matter.
Yes, can we make a motion to go into closed session?
I'll make a motion. This is Todd Godby.
To confer with our board legal counsel.
Yes.
I'll second. Cheryl.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Don't we have to say that in a particular, isn't there, somebody sent us something that said you have to say that in a particular way?
Stated
Should
to
be a
consult
statute.
legal counsel.
It's,
I should know it by now.
I should know it by now too.
General, would you like me to read it?
Attorney.
Yes, please.
Please.
3. 18. Yes, please.
General statute, we are discussing General Statute 115C-218.1, 15C-218.15. I do not have the specific statute for going into session.
It's 143.
You can do.
Someone made a motion to go into closed session.
Yes,
to
Yeah.
Mr. Godby made a motion
consult
to
with your
consult the
attorney
attorney.
regarding attorney-client privilege matters to maintain the confidentiality.
Minutes can reflect the exact statute.
Yes.
Yes.
Then in
Mr.
minutes-
Godby made that motion and Ms. Parlay seconded that motion.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Ashley, is it possible for us to stay in here and
Yeah, we have guests back there.
we have
So
to?
we could get rid of them.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll do the same thing. We will just keep the meeting running. Board members that are streaming or voting, all the same line that we had.
Ashley, could you please send that to me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's leave it running. We're gonna go in the close. But you can turn the lights off.
Ask you guys.
Cheryl,
Ashley, are you guys back?
She's back
Are you
on.
back? Are you back?
Are we having a catered lunch?
Carrie, are you back?
Yes, ma'am.
Carrie?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so, okay, so, Ms. Porter, have you finished your presentation?
No, ma'am, I'll resume if that's your pleasure.
Please do.
Okay, so when we moved into closed session, we just discussed the issue of submission of a 501c3, which, as you all know, is their tax exempt status. Moving on now to key staff. School has submitted that it is interviewing. As I mentioned, they have hired a new school leader, Dr. Derek Allen, who's registered for the Charter Leaders Institute. They have indicated that they anticipate staff hiring will be done by June 20th. Let's take a peek here. So they've indicated interviewing, and then in terms of a plan for continued hiring, strategic plan for hiring the remaining staff, again, it's not submitted, but a spreadsheet showing the number of applicants, which would be 1, 2, 10, 14 and a half, 15, a part-time ELL teacher. And plan was simply a general hire date of June 20th. Additional issues for insufficient marking, we had the National School Lunch Program, and I did receive an email from Jackie McGowan on June 2nd indicating that Elaine Riddick Charter School was making inadequate or insufficient progress on the National School Lunch Program. So that was marked insufficient. For vendor inspections, the school submitted a narrative. The school is not contracting with the vendor at this time. So our CS internal review indicated it is unclear how the school will feed students in year one, as it is establishing itself with the National School Lunch Program and has not made adequate progress. There was an email from last year sent by Mr. McQueen on Friday, May 20th, 2020 to Leslie Otts in the school lunch division here at DPI. That was submitted, and we asked, are there any updates on their rubric? The board policy, their lunch policy, which was adopted May 9th of 2020, so that was, I think, the same policy that was submitted last year, provides scant detail about how the school will communicate with families regarding free and reduced lunch, collect FRL data, or details about how the school will carry this out. Policy of Elaine Riddick states it is the policy of Elaine Riddick Charter School that no student shall be denied a free or reduced price lunch, and the student shall be provided lunch at no cost or reduced cost. So they have policy, but we didn't get a plan. However, Mr. McQueen, I know, and his team have submitted additional materials. Again, those came in last night, and that is all I have this time.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. McQueen, are you available to address some of these issues?
I am, ma'am, and also with us today is our board chair, Diana Powell, our board secretary, Mr. Tony Riddick, our treasurer, Dr. Dodo, and Dr. Conan. I don't believe Mr. Aples is with us today. So first, I'd like to just kind of start from the top. There's a lot there to unpack. But we received late notice late last week about many of the items that were requested by the Office of Charter Schools through Claire Porter's email. Much of this, as was pointed out, was submitted last year. Our bank statement, some of the other things that we need to do, update. I think we've cured many, if not most, of the items of concern. And I'd like to just speak about, I think, what some of the overall main concerns were with respect to the facility. So with respect to facility, we have now received our stamped engineer drawings that have been submitted along with our application. We're waiting for the town of Hertford to give final approval for our building permit. All the materials are on site. We met with board members over the weekend to talk about some alternatives and some final plans that we have for the site. Our contractor is standing by, been in communication with the town, with the architect, and we're ready to go. As soon as we get the final building permit. Our structure is very simple. It's submitted to you in the drawings there, and something we can put together very easily. There's not a lot of plumbing. There's not a lot.
Is he breaking up for you guys too? I can't hear him.
No.
No.
Okay, I'll try to speak up. So we're also the design is simple. Not a lot of changes to plumbing or electrical, and it should be ready within realistically within the July 1 time frame. But we have asked for additional time. Our contingency plan, we've augmented the contingency plan by adding portables. We've spoken to a number of companies. We're very confident in a company we spoke to, had meetings with last week, where they can have the portables on site and completed if we can get permitted done by the end of June, certainly by the first week in July. So wanted to let you know that that's where we are with respect to that. So if all goes well, both the interior plan and the exterior plan with the portables, which we plan to move forward with regardless, will be ready first week or so of July. And I kind of like to take them one by one. Claire, you had some others. I wasn't able to make all the notes from some of the other concerns.
Sure, Mr. McQueen. And just like any RTO school, you get your rubric, which I have in my hand here. You get that sent back to you prior to June 7th, much prior to last week. What was sent to you last week were emails asking you to provide, and those were actually sent to Diana Powell, your board chair. I copied Derek Allen, your new principal, Mr. McQueen, Torchlight. I was asking if you could provide additional evidence. Typically, schools don't necessarily have the opportunity to, as you put it, cure these deficiencies before they come through CSAB. CSAB they are looking for insufficient, and you did submit things, and you did submit them last night. Whether the board considers them is up to the discretion of the board. But if you'll look at your rubric, one of the questions that we had for you was the discrepancy in enrollment numbers. You did submit at one point board minutes, which reflected enrollment of 145. The first thing, I don't know who uploaded an Epicenter, but they uploaded a spreadsheet that had 160 students with 32 in each grade, an equal number in each grade, and 0 on a waiting list. Last night, you submitted a new enrollment spreadsheet, which had 161 students, 0 on a waiting list, and a different number. And then as one of your RTO submissions, which is your LEA spreadsheet, you listed the LEAs from which your students will be coming, but there was a number 38. So the question to you was simply, could you clarify those differing numbers? And could you assure this board that you have 161 students currently enrolled at Elaine Riddick Charter School, which would be 101% of your 180M, sir?
Yeah. So two things. First, with respect to the documents, I think your email did ask for additional documentation to clarify those things. It didn't really give me a time frame as to when those needed to be done. So
There is a curing, yes, sir, I'm sorry. There is a curing process, and that comes in your resubmission in July. So you will have that opportunity, but what CSAB is looking at as of right now are listed in those guidelines. So those are enrollment, that you have a facility or an ECO that will be able to be obtained 60 days prior. And because you're a delay year school, you're under an additional stipulation for July 1. So just to clarify that, sir.
yes, ma'am. So I want to move to answer that very important question with respect to enrollment, but I believe it's important that the documents we submitted be considered strictly because we were not under a guidance to say that, you know, this should be done by this particular time. We submitted what we thought would be cures for that. So one of the documents we submitted, as you pointed out, was the updated enrollment report. We in the narrative that I submitted to you during our lottery, we accepted all the students that came to us. And with that, we continue to work through our promotion, recruitment efforts, all those things, and continue to enroll those students. We send out an enrollment package, enrollment documents via DocuSign to get parent commitments for their enrollment into Elaine Riddick Charter School. That document allows us to pull records, allows us to continue to communicate with the parents. Some parents have attended on-site visits to the campus. We did those outside because we don't have a certificate of occupancy for inside, and the like, and that's how we develop those numbers. The numbers that you saw on our draft board minutes for May that stated 145 was an evolving number. We were in discussion talking about how many more students had applied online, and we had not vetted those minutes. We would probably review those again at the June meeting, so we would update that information. So it was a point of discussion, really, and a kind of a general update. The 38 students, that's an old report. As our bank statement was submitted last year, and some of our other documents that we just submitted again. I think this report is an old report and just has not been updated.
So, sir, if I could just quickly clarify, you're saying that the documents submitted for RTO2 on May 21st were not updated for this year, and therefore that LEA chart with 38 students is an old chart?
Yes, that is correct. I don't remember us working on a chart that talked about pulling the students from where they would be coming from. That's an old chart. Yes, ma'am.
Who did the epicenter upload, sir?
One of my staff members. I'm not sure who exactly did it. We prepare it, but yes.
I'm sure CSAB has additional questions.
Sure.
What is the number of fully enrolled students right now?
Mr. McQueen, can you
Yes.
tell us as of today, not applications, but fully enrolled students, where do you stand?
Fully enrolled students is 161. That's the number we updated for you. And then we have probably another 15 or so applications that still come in as of this morning.
CSAB, if I may, I know Jackie McGowan is on the line, and just to be mindful of time, it'd be all right if we visited about the National School Lunch Program?
Yes.
Please do, because that was going to be my next question.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. McGowan, are you on the line to speak to CSAB about Elaine Riddick's progress with the National School Lunch Program?
Hi, Claire. Yes, this is Jacqueline McGowan with School Nutrition Division.
Yes, good morning.
And hello to everyone on this CSAB board. We have not received any documentation or communication from Elaine Riddick since I believe it was August of 2020. So at this time, their application process is not active.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. McQueen, what is your plan for lunch?
Well, in the first few years when we were started at Torchlight, we supplied lunch out of budget. And so that's what we plan to do until we can work through the school lunch process. And we'll contract with a local vendor and allow them to provide the meals. Or we'll be providing stipends for parents where they can buy their own meals. We find that also works best. But not a single
That was in your
parent.
application. That
I'm
was
sorry.
currently in your application, though. Have you done
I'm
an
sorry.
amendment to your application?
I'm sorry, ma'am. What was that? It was.
I said, have you done an amendment to your application for that?
No, we haven't, but in the event that the school lunch program does not provide, we're not going to allow students to go without meals if that's what it takes to do that. I think so. I have to review the application specifically. We submit several at one time. I have to look at exactly what the provisions specifically were with respect to this school. But as long as that's allowed, and I think it is to allow us to provide meals from a local caterer at our cost.
Ms. Porter, is there any documentation in the RTO process that supports this lunch program?
Ma'am, what was submitted in Epicenter as of May 21st was for vendor inspections. The school is not contracting with the vendor this time, and our reviewer said it's unclear how the school will feed students in year one. Ms. McGowan, of course, who has stated they're not making progress. The school did submit an email. Again, that email was from last year, Friday, May 22nd, 2020, from Mr. Don McQueen to Leslie Otts here at DPI. The reviewer asked, are there any updates? And the lunch policy that was submitted was also from 2020, and the policy did state that Elaine Riddick, the policy of Elaine Riddick is that no student shall be denied a nutritious lunch as the result of poverty. All students who qualify for free or reduced price lunch shall be provided lunch at no cost or reduced costs as set by the board of directors. However, there was not an actual lunch plan. There was a policy. So it was unclear how parents would find out about this, but they did have policy that stated that they would lunch to all students.
And I believe if my hearing is correct, Mr. McQueen just stated that they would contract with a local vendor. Yeah, that's contradictory to what was in the plan.
I'm not seeing.
Well, I don't think there was a plan as was stated, Sherry. I think there was a policy. So the policy can be augmented and the plan can be put in place. I don't think that's a.
There's a requirement for a plan in the application. That's what I'm trying to find out. What was the plan that was in the application?
And as I shared with you, ma'am, I'd have to go and look at that so I could speak with absolute confidence. But usually what it is that we attempt to apply for the free and reduced lunch program. As you stated, this program could take over a year in order to complete, to get on the program. And during that time, students still need to be fed, and we feed them out of our budget.
Mr. McQueen?
Yes.
This is Rita Hare. And looking at that budget, there's no allocation for food service staff, but there's 60,000 in child nutrition, which would come to about $2 a day at best if you enroll all 161 students. Do you think that will suffice for your first year?
I believe so. I would have to review the numbers. That seems a little low to me at this point.
Well, the number is 60,000, and you told us the enrollment was 161. And if you round it to probably 180 school days, I mean, the numbers are what they are, about $2 per child, and that would be nothing except lunch, no breakfast, no snack, no staff to assist. So I don't see that. I don't see that budget working for you to do it.
Well,
the way you're
how we do it, ma'am, usually our other staff assist, kitchen help when lunches come into the school. The secretary or whoever else is, they could be the testing coordinator, they could be the teachers, they get in there, they help out with the lunches, they make the distribution, and there's a cleanup. Usually it's my bus supervisor or something along those lines. In addition, I mean, this is one of the reasons that schools have a challenge. I mean, if we talk about shortfalls in budget, there'll be shortfalls in the ability to, sign leases, to make long-term commitments, to put up thousands of dollars to get drawings done. I mean, there are a lot of shortfalls that the management company supplants, just like National Heritage. And just as we would in the case of supplying of financial services. We necessarily don't need Arcadia North Star, nor do we need Eddie Goodall services, but that's one of the things that the school contracted with when they contracted with the management. And that's one of the things that we do. But we augmented our service with the use of Eddie Goodall's and his team because we've been working with them for the last couple of years. So I think that some of the things that we've been asked are seems like making up a laundry list of things that we've already have been asked and have answered, and we're trying to do that in the most efficient way possible.
Is Elaine ready to grant the access?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
This is Mr. Friend. I have a few questions, some for McQueen and some for the staff, if I may. Mr. McQueen, did I hear you properly? You said you don't know, you're paraphrasing, but you indicated you've submitted a lot of plans. You support multiple schools, but we're talking about Elaine Riddick only this morning or this afternoon. Did I hear you correctly? You said you don't know what the lunch plan is or what was written in the original application for this school. Is that accurate?
I can say that not off the top of my head, sir, but I could find out if you want to take a moment to do that. We could certainly do that.
And did I also hear you say specific to the school that's in front of us today, Elaine Riddick, that
Yes.
you're not familiar with the dollar value that was put into the lunch program in the budget?
This is Diana Powell, the board chair. Can I make a statement in reference to that?
Sure,
I
ma'am.
prefer an answer more than a statement.
Okay, well, the answer. The Lane Riddick Charter School budget includes $120,000. Under the budget line item, child nutrition, attached is the RFP used to solicit a food services vendor to provide nutrition services at the school. And we continue to work toward getting on the National School Lunch Program. All students will have lunch provided by the school.
Ms. Powell,
Where is this?
Budget.
For staff, so that we received 11. I woke up this morning, I saw 11 additional documents in my email that looks like you had received late last night, almost around midnight. Were any of those documents, and I will be first to admit, I've not opened a single one of them. Because I don't know when it was expected that I would open a single one of them when I received them. You received them at midnight. The board meeting today starts at 9. We had 2 amendments, 9 RTO interviews to prepare for. So I have not opened them, so I cannot comment. So my question is, were any of those 11 documents, were all those 11 ancillary information that Torchlight is hoping that we would consider to support the move to RTO, or are some of those documents critical that if they don't exist, they didn't even meet the checklist for RTO, if that makes sense?
Yes, Mr. Friend. Last night I received an updated enrollment spreadsheet, which reflects 161 students, which Mr. McQueen has spoken to. We also got a draft email, and it said, the purpose of the email is twofold: to request that Elaine Riddick Charter School have until 2 weeks before the opening date to present an educational certificate of occupancy. We haven't even gotten to the facility yet, to open for 2021 school year, and 2, to respond to insufficiencies in the RTO rubric. The opportunity to respond to insufficiencies in the RTO rubric is today in person. That is why at the rubric in late May, early June, in order to prepare for today's meeting. There were updates via Mr. McQueen's email on facilities, student enrollment, regular and break-even budgets. They provided evidence of a bank account with BB&T. They provided evidence of accounting services with Goodall Accounting. They provided, and this was marked as insufficient, but they provided a new professional development and calendar. And they also provided EC updates, which I can't speak to. That is the EC division, who did not mark them as overall insufficient, I will note. So that did not even come into play today. School lunch, they specified that they had $120,000 item child nutrition. The RFP was attached. However, as you heard from Ms. McGowan, she has not heard from them since last August, I believe she said. The 501c3 exempt organization status has not been submitted in Epicenter. Mr. McQueen's team submitted an interpretation of that statute, and we have that conversation later. But it is their belief that they have another year to obtain tax exempt status, and they filed the application earlier this month. And then NC Eddy update, which also was not an insufficient rating. So to answer your question, nothing that was submitted here nothing that was submitted cures the lunch insufficiency. They still don't have a plan. We have an RFP and we have an item of 120,000. They were also again put under a stipulation to receive their ECO. That has not been received yet. They anticipate that being July 1st, and now you have a request to be able to have until 2 weeks before the opening date for the ECO. And the required documentation, we did not mark them as, we marked them insufficient / emerging because they did present a certificate of liability insurance, but it does not include the state board as a named additional insured. So again, that is not, catastrophic in terms of required documentation, because something was presented. It's not, they didn't just present a quote or a binder.
Okay. So
I hope that answers your question.
It does. I guess I have 2 more questions, then I'll be quiet and let other members of the board respond. Mr. McQueen, clearly we knew that we were meeting today in person, virtually, with many weeks to prepare.
Yes.
I won't speak for other board members. I'll speak for myself. When did you expect me to review these 11 attachments? When you submitted them at 11:58 last night, or 11:28 last night, and our board meeting started at 11 o'clock this morning? When did you have the expectation that I would have time to review these documents in support of your application?
So I thought that some of the documents may have already been reviewed because they were submitted last year. And I didn't know that there were some of the documents that you have there are additional documents that give further explanation as to the bullet points that Ms. Porter pointed out. So there really are just supporting documents in order to answer the questions posed to us.
Mr. McQueen, this is Rita Hare.
Yes, ma'am.
Just having heard that response, obviously you still submitted them. You still resubmitted what you say we should have already had. But
Yes.
you resubmitted them at about midnight. And I personally, when I saw that this morning, and I got up early and opened things early to be on top of it, but we spent a lot of time in preparation, and I felt like this midnight submission of important evidence that had been requested from Elaine Reddick demonstrated a blatant disregard for the decision makers who need time to access and assimilate all the information to make decisions. It's almost as if you thought these insufficiencies were just a perfunctory check mark on the checklist, So I find them inadmissible at this point, midnight, the night before the meeting. And you said you knew that they were due, but you didn't think it was a big deal. So you sent them in at midnight. And it just makes it impossible for us to assimilate everything and make decisions. And there are a lot of insufficiencies. So I just want you to understand my position based on how everything's been submitted from Elaine Reddick.
Yes, ma'am. I think that Ms. Porter pointed out that these things were to be discussed today and to be clarified today. And so that we would go through these things as we went through these things one at a time.
So we,
And so,
any
I'm sorry, but
discussion.
yes. Yes, and I apologize. There was no intentional disrespect intended whatsoever. As you know, if you look at most of our submissions, yeah, we come in on time, many times, in time sometimes, but never to this degree where we've had something submitted of this nature. This is not how you've seen us conduct business. So I really don't want this to be held against the school and all the efforts and things that have been taking place here.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, I'd like to add something. My name is
Sir?
Tony Riddick, and it sort of sounds like almost that we are not trying to be effective and strategic in moving forward. And I'd like to say that's not the case. Regarding the ECO, when COVID occurred, many of us were uncertain what the regulations were going to be for classroom sizes. So it delayed that process a little bit. We finally got an architect to stamp off on the new design. We finally got it submitted to the inspectors. But here's what we found in this area in northeastern North Carolina that we're reluctantly discussing with the board. We have been put through situations that I hope no other charter school has ever had to go through. For example, a 10-minute decision with the zoning committee became a 90-minute session and torture because there are certain people within Paquimins County that does not want us to bring the school online. So I'm hoping that that sentiment is not spreading. But from what we're hearing, it sounds very unfavorable and very unfriendly. Now, we all have a job to do. We all signed up to bring the school online. We all signed up to do our very best. We worked very hard at resubmitting some of the paperwork that you got last night. It just so happened that it came in at 10:30. Now, if we could have gotten it to you at 5 o'clock, we would have gotten it to you at 5 o'clock. But what we're asking you to do is be a little bit more flexible with us. I'm still sore by the fact that last year we weren't able to open. Many parents come up to me now saying, "Oh, Tony, I homeschooled my child. Oh, Tony, why didn't y'all open? We hate the fact that you didn't open." And let me give you another statistic that we can't just disregard. Only about 30%, maybe 40% this year, of African Americans in northeastern North Carolina are graduating grade proficient. We know that we can impact that number. And this is why it's important to us that the board work with us at bringing this school online, not discourage us. Maybe you don't know that you're discouraging some of the board members. And it's not that we can't take discouragement, but what I'm saying to the board is make us feel like you don't mind working with us. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the board?
Well, I just have one. So therefore, you would not be able to get your ECO by July 1.
No, this is not true. This is not true. No one ever said that. Now, let me address that.
Will you?
No, I want to address it. Pardon?
Will you be able to get your ECO by July 1?
That is certainly what our desire is, but here's what I'd like to say, madam. Because of some of the scrutiny that we've been under, the management company asked for an extension that takes us back to the standard 2 weeks before opening, because we know what we're dealing with in Paquemish County. People are intentionally delaying us and sabotaging our process. So we've asked for some additional time for that. That doesn't mean we won't meet the deadlines, because we're going to work diligently to make that happen. But we also realize that we are dealing with a different climate, and we do not want to disregard that.
Any other questions for the board? Is anybody prepared to make a motion? Okay, do we have further discussion?
I'd like to say I don't see CSAB as an organization that sets out to sabotage charter schools, that we're in support of them. We want to help them develop and be strong and successful. And sometimes charter boards sabotage themselves through delayed action or through circumstances that may be beyond their control, but that inhibit them, prevent them from meeting all the statutory requirements. There's a lot lacking in this RTO process here, in this checklist. There are a number of things that my list has not been satisfied. So I don't know if we want to have a motion first. I don't see that the school is ready to move forward.
Can I make a point of correction, please?
Make that motion.
I'm sorry, at this point, the board is, I'm sorry, at this point, the board is talking.
Yeah, but there's some things that's been misrepresented. I'd like to correct it.
Excuse me, at this point, the board is talking. This is our deliberation time. Dr. Hare.
Yes, I mean, I would not vote to move the school forward, so I don't mind putting that motion, and then we can see what the response is from my fellow board members. I don't feel like the school is adequately prepared to meet the deadlines for ready to open. It hasn't been demonstrated yet, and we're getting terribly close, and there are a number of insufficiencies. And I recommend that we do not move Elaine Riddick forward for ready to open.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second that motion, Chair.
It's been properly seconded that we do not move Elaine Riddick forward for ready to open. Let's take a roll call vote on this one, please. Ashley?
Discussion.
Make a point of clarity.
Oh, is there any, I'm sorry, is there any discussion?
Yes, first of all, Cheryl, Ms. Porter needs to make a point of clarification.
Okay.
Yes. Just so that we're absolutely clear on this, the area of insufficiency in the face of what was submitted for RTO, as well as in consideration of, if the CSAB chooses to consider it, what was submitted last night would be the 501c3 status, the National School Lunch Program. Those are the two areas, if we consider the late additions, of insufficiency. The enrollment has been attested.
The ECO would still.
Sorry?
But the ECO issue is still open.
Yes, ma'am.
The ECO issue is still open.
ECO issue, exactly. There is no ECO in place at this time. I just want to make sure that I'm very careful about the areas that remain insufficient. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
This is Mr. Friend. I just, it's not a matter of not wanting a school to succeed or get through RTO successfully, but in spite of the obstacles that any school faces in the community that they're trying to open, we don't all open schools where everyone welcomes us with open arms, or you don't run into bureaucratic, political, all the different challenges. We got to overcome them and press on. And I just think there's too many. I don't have the confidence. It just seems like this is sloppy right now.
And I would say that all school applicants or board applicants have to abide by the same stipulations, statutes, and regulations in a timely manner.
Any other
Board-
discussion?
Can I have something to say as a board member?
Who's that?
Tony Riddick. I'd just like to clarify something.
Mr. Riddick, I'm sorry, but at this point, we have closed discussion. And this is only the board's discussion at this point.
No problem.
Any other discussion from the board? Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Ashley, could you please take a roll call vote?
Yes. Terry Stoops,
I have to abstain. I wasn't here for the entire discussion.
Joel Ford, Bruce Friend,
I support the motion.
Rita Hare,
The motion is not to move forward. Is this correct?
yes.
Yes.
Aye. Aye.
Joel Furley,
Aye.
Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Alex Osmer, Todd Dottie.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you. Claire, is that our last one?
No, ma'am, unfortunately.
Miss, can I please get 30 seconds?
Mr. Riddick, I'm sorry, we have finished voting.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving along, our next school appearing here today is Old Mainstream Academy. Their first day of school is August 11th. They're at full capacity, opening at K4, and they are located in Wilson County with a year one ADM of 200. As of their last enrollment report, they were at 196, and I believe that's increased coming in at 98%. They have hired a new school leader, Dr. Joshua Locklear. I've been in contact with him. He's registered and will attend the new Charter Leaders Institute. We do have educational certificate of occupancy for their location, which is on the campus of UNC Pembroke. Also have health fire inspections submitted. The final walkthrough is July 22nd, but as I said, the CO is already in place. They have a contingency plan with Angel Exchange, which is a multi-purpose building from their original location on Highway 97 in Pembroke, and they would activate that contingency if any construction on the facility was not completed by the second week in July. They do have a substantial wait list. They've submitted a budget of 200 regular and 140 break even. And they are here simply because they have not submitted a certificate of liability insurance or a binder. They've submitted was, they submitted that they were conducting an RFP to carrier. School's date to select is June 28th. And our feedback was that the school should ASAP get a certificate of liability insurance and make sure that the state board is named an additional insured. We do have a signed notarized charter agreement, which has been submitted to the Office of Charter Schools. They have no other area of sufficiency, and they were not rated overall sufficient for exceptional children either. I believe we have Dr. Locklear and Dr. Brenda Dial-Deese and Rosemary Francis Hunt and some of the other board members on the line. Are you all there? Mainstream Academy?
Can somebody from the board, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Somebody
please
love
speak to
us.
the issue of the insurance.
All of the board members are present as well as the school leader. As I've been stated, we have an RFP out on the liability insurance. We have filled out several applications, requested information from us. Those applications were somewhere between 12 and 16 pages, considering everything from our budget to whether or not we screen our employees to our audit practices, handling of cash. all of those pieces have been submitted to the various companies that have contacted us. So we feel good about the piece. We have had conversations with individuals who are looking at that, and they have been turned down because there are some places that will not do startup schools, or in this case, startup charter schools. But we have folks working on that, and we feel sure that we will be able to get someone that will commit and work with us on achieving that.
Are there any questions from the board?
Do we anticipate June 28th being the, you don't anticipate getting this insurance binder sooner?
We hope to have it sooner. We sure do.
This seems like it's taking longer than it should.
This is
Well,
Rita.
as I said, they have approached several places that they normally, these insurance agencies do business with, and they've said that they do not do startups, which means they have had to dig harder to get those.
Did you consult CIS or oh my goodness, what's the other one that's the other charter that's in your area?
Southeastern. Yes.
Did you consult with them to see who their carrier is?
No, we have not. But that's a piece that we can contact them and then pass it on to the folks that have contacted us with interest. But
Yeah,
once again, and I guess, for example, with Southeastern Academy, they converted from a private school to a charter, so they have a history. See, the problem is, based on the information we've been trying to submit, we do not have a history that they can look at for some of the answers to these questions.
Well, but every school that's a startup, the majority of them don't have a history, but everybody gets insurance.
right. And they all get in.
Correct.
And I mean, you don't know the answer to a question if you don't ask the question. So if you haven't consulted the two other charters in your area to see who they use for their carrier, I think you should. At least that would give you, you know, maybe a lead into a carrier for yourself.
And we will do that today.
To specialize in charter schools.
Yes, and there are carriers that.
And we have been in contact. I did an interview last week with a company out of Raleigh, and they specialize in doing insurance with startups. They said they have had several startups, and I did that last week. But today we will make contact with both of the charters here and see who it is they're using.
Hey, you do understand you absolutely cannot open if you don't have insurance.
Absolutely.
And state board must be named as
Additional insured.
yes.
Section
Yes.
13 of your charter got all the lines, the coverage amounts, etc. Very specific for charters.
Staff, this may, I don't know if there's an answer to this. But do we know historically, if we wanted to stipulate this needs to be done within X amount of time, what a reasonable amount of time would be? Because June 28th seems like it's skating the thin ice.
Certainly,
We can definitely
your motion
make
put a stipulation if you wanted to. If
Yeah.
That's what
I
you're doing.
think we
At
should
least
make
a
it part of
binder within.
RTO.
Stipulation.
Do we want to put a date on it, Cheryl, or just? forward
I
it
guess
to
that's
the
kind of
class?
up to us. We could say that by the time it goes to state board, that binder has to be there. Or we could say we want it earlier than that.
What is that date that it goes to state board?
Hey, do you know the date? Do you know the date of the July meeting?
But that's a special meeting.
Ask your question again, Cheryl.
The date of the July state board meeting.
Dave said July 8th.
They have a special on June 18th. What are they covering?
When will these go? To the June or the July? I think so.
I think they
Make that
I'm happy to make a motion, Sharon.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we move Old Mainstream Academy forward in the RTO process contingent upon complete insurance binder by June 30th.
And name of the SBE
Full
is.
policy, all the coverage requirements.
I'll second that, Hilda Perlay.
It's been probably second. Any discussion?
Cheryl, this is Rita, and I had a question that maybe I wish I'd have gotten in sooner. I may need the school's response. Their budget that they submitted with the RTO funds eight classroom teachers, and I understand they have 10 classrooms, K-4, 2 each. I'm just wondering if we're not funding enough teachers. And secondly, 2 questions. This is another one I wanted to pose, is that in the new budget with the RTO process, the administrator funding pay was raised and the teacher pay was reduced. And I just wondered about the decision, what went into that decision to reduce the teacher pay, and if we have enough teachers. So.
Yes, at this time we did interviews on Saturday, and it appears that at this time we have 2 positions that we are waiting to interviews. In fact, we have a board meeting for Thursday that we will approve the recommendations from the principal, and we also have some interviews that will be conducted on Thursday. I think we are fine with teachers. We did a comparison of the salaries at the 2 local charter schools that we have in the county, and that's what we made that decision to do based on that.
Thank you. Do you have 10 classrooms when you open?
Do we what?
Do you expect to have 10 classes, 2 at each grade level?
Yes, we anticipate, or we know based on the numbers, and if you look at the folks on the waiting list, we actually have enough of kindergarten kids that we could add another kindergarten class, if that would be possible.
So my question is, the funding only has 8 classroom teachers, so that was my question. And you have
it should have been 10. It was 2 per grade.
So you only fund for 8. I wanted to raise that because you have a very skinny surplus there to fund 2 more teachers with.
Well, some of our folks are located under those special. We have specialty teachers. We can go back and look at that.
Okay.
We have a motion on the floor. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Right, last but certainly not least is SABA, the School of the Arts. SABA, the School of the Arts for Boys Academy, based in Chatham County. This is an acceleration applicant. This is a single-sex school. As you will recall, they were set back slightly as we received further clarification from legal. This is arts integration. They will serve 3rd through 5th grade in year 1 and K-12 when fully operational. They have submitted a budget for 16, which is their year 1 ADM, and 103 is their break even. As of last night, we received an updated enrollment. Valencia Timmer, the head of school, she reports 67 students out of 16, which brings the school to 58% of the year 1 ADM. That is enrollment. We do not yet have educational certificate of occupancy, but we do know that a special use permit has been sought with Pittsboro Town Planning Division for the 8,000 square foot facility at 195 Callens Way in Moncur. And if a special use permit is received, that will also provide the ECO for that location. The school has also secured a letter of intent for $145,000 to use for renovation and preparation of the facility. There are valid contingencies in place. If you'll to your packet there, Saba submitted several contingencies. One is New Salem Baptist Church in Pittsboro. Another is First Presbyterian Church in Pittsboro. So got the Old Heart, furniture store in Siler City, and Bold Properties Chapel Hill. Strong contingency options would include the Bold property, also the Old Heart furniture store. They just need to make a formal request for the First Presbyterian Church. All paperwork and permits are in place for that location. And they've already done a second walkthrough at the New Salem Baptist Church. Rent would be inexpensive, and they will verify the ability space. So contingencies in place. ECO is special use permit has been requested for that. So
Claire, what did you say their current enrollment is?
their current enrollment, their year one ADM is 116, and Ms. Valencia Toomer emailed me to let me know that they currently have 67 fully enrolled students, which would put them at 58% of the year one ADM. So, and as you recall from the last conversation that we had with Saba, they were seeking the relocation due to the quality of space and the availability of space. And we had conversation about that. Ms. Toomer explained why the new facility location, which is more centrally located, does provide greater square footage, was sought. Contractors only need about 30 to 45 days to upfit. The location also has additional property space, which would serve as a permanent home for K-12. And CSAB members, just to refresh your recollection that you did in our last meeting speak to and the delay because of the single sex question and the legality of that. So you stated there, of course, was something to consider when we look at school. In May, you did make a motion to preliminary delay Saba to the regular time frame of RTO so that Saba would fall of 2022. EC was the one area where Saba did receive an overall insufficient rating from the Exceptional Children's Division here at DPI, and we may have some of their great reviewers on the line with us today. Maybe Rob, or Michelle, or Ginger. Hey, Rob.
Yeah, this is Rob McCowett, regional consultant with the EC Division. I'm free to speak as needed.
Yes, please. If CSAB would like to hear from the EC Division regarding the insufficient EC rating.
I think so.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, we always, we usually put notes in there of things they can fix, but they did have 3 markings on areas that are pretty important. With the licensed EC teacher and director, there was no submission at all. They didn't submit anything, and we understand that usually give a lot of little gray with that one because there are shortage of EC teachers. If they can at least give us something that they're looking or tell us something, but they just didn't really submit anything. For the source for related service personnel, usually we're looking for something, a contract or something regarding occupational therapy, PT, physical therapy, or speech. They did have a contract for behavior health services, but it sounded like mental health. It didn't really sound like, the ones that we usually look for. And then the other big one for instructional supports, we got that it's, early and people are still making plans, but they still are expected to pull students for services, first day of school, and they wrote that they didn't have any instructional items identified. So they really got to buy some instructional items so they can start serving those EC kids on the first day. And I'm here if you need me for any other questions.
Regarding required documentation, Saba was treated as the other schools were. We have a spectrum of folks, some who have submitted nothing for the certificate of liability insurance, some who have submitted a quote, a binder, and then a full certificate. So Saba did submit a quote, but again, the requirement is that we get the actual certificate with the correct coverage lines, amounts. And so much like the other schools, that would be the ask there. Only two areas right now that are marked insufficient are, again, enrollment, which is climbing at 58%, and the EC. Everything else is emerging or quality. Saba.
Can someone from Saba speak to a couple things? What I need to ask, what did we finally decide about the amendment to move? Did that go to the state board last month?
I think we didn't vote on that.
We
Yeah,
didn't.
Put that in with your recommendation.
We were going to put it in the recommendation this time,
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes, ma'am.
That's
Okay.
a
So
discussion.
if somebody from Saba could speak to the facility issue, when you say you're looking for a special use, is that on the facility that you want to move to? And what is the status with that? And then if you could speak to EC and the insurance.
Sure, thank you. My name is Robert Logan. I am the acting chair of the board, and we have been working with the town planners of Pittsboro for a special use permit for the property there at Cali Haven Way. That property is presently, it's a newer facility. The building is only about 2 years old, and the owner has a very nice 8,000 square foot space available that needs to be upfitted, but it's zoned heavy commercial. And we are working with the town board to get it a special use permit so we can use it as a school. Now, there's nothing else on the street. So that's not an issue about it, that it's in some sort of area where there's a lot of commercial traffic or anything of that nature. This is the only building on the entire street. It's just how the property is currently zoned, and that we would need this special use permit in order to use the facility for a school.
Is this the facility that your motion to move is based on?
Yes, it is. And we have, our present status is we've submitted the application for the special use permit. We've submitted a site plan, which has to be revised, and we've paid all the fees. Local government charges you fees for everything they do. So we've paid the fees in order to get them to act on it. And we are in the process of having the site plan revised, which has to be done by an architect and engineers. And after that process is completed, then the facility would be upfitted.
Are you currently slated to go before review of the planning commission and before the county commissioners or city council, which I don't know if you're in city limits or in the county limits?
It's the city planning board, and it would be the city council we would have to take it to. But you're correct. It would have to go before one of those boards. It would go before the city board, the full city council. And
but sir, if I might, so that's not exactly the way it works. You have to go before the planning commission first.
Correct.
And then go back and forth with them for a while. And then staff will make a recommendation, and then you will go before the city council. And a special use permit requires an actual hearing of the city council. It works much like a trial. Have you been given dates for when you will go before those bodies?
Not actual dates, no, because we've just, all of those various meetings that you just mentioned have been shared with us by the acting the town of Pittsboro has an acting planner, an interim planner. they're in the process of seeking someone permanently in that role. But we have not received dates for that, in that they would not submit or give us those dates until we submit our revised site plan.
Okay, so let's talk about your backup plans then, because if it's going to take 45 days to upfit and you don't even have the dates for all those hearings, that's probably not going to happen before the first day of school. So let's talk about the status of your backup plans.
The backup plans would consist of, we submitted 4 possible sites for backup. 2 are churches. One, the bottom 2, we need to remove from consideration. We would not have time to upfit the old furniture store, the vacant or available furniture store either. And the Bowl property has since been rented. So we don't have access to that now. So we are left with the possibility of the 2 churches, which are still, we've talked with leadership in the churches, and they are still very receptive to allowing us to use space in the churches.
Do the churches have an ECO already, either of them?
Oh, I don't know. I assume they do, since they hold Sunday school and church in the facilities.
It's not the same. It's not the same thing.
An educational certificate of occupancy, we have not asked that question. I would have to go back and ask if they have an ECO.
Okay, let's go to enrollment. What's the status? You're at 50-some% of your projected enrollment, of the projected lowered enrollment. What's happening with that?
I would ask our head of school, Ms. Toomer, if she would respond to that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Logan. Right now, we previously sent an email to Claire with an updated since the May meeting, and we are right at 59% with 69 boys enrolled at our original enrollment at 116. We also have a break even potentially of about 88 students. And so if it was 69 of the 88 students, that would be 78% there. So since our last meeting, we've had almost a 10% increase in our enrollment over the past 3 weeks as we are continuing our efforts in the community and awareness. Obviously, COVID has, put a barrier in between us, and particularly with the families that we are intending to serve. We have most recently been in front of more of our Spanish-speaking communities. And again, it's about a trust factor. I have been participating in many of the events in the community with our Spanish-speaking families, and they are beginning to see me more persistently in those areas. And it has been a increase in our Spanish-speaking families by about 15%. From what it originally was in the very beginning. And so I think it is slow rolling. As I was sitting here during this meeting, I sent to the board a message, and we had 2 more Spanish speaking families to enroll. And so I'm having to send paper copies of those. And so again, that slows us down a bit because many of them, there is a disconnect with how they enroll, especially with social media, especially with technology. So again, while we are aware that it does not meet the bare minimum of 75% enrollment, we do understand that it is slow rolling for some of our Hispanic Spanish speaking families.
Well, it's a little more serious even than not the 75%. You don't even have 80 students that are required as a minimum.
Cheryl, if I may go back for a moment to facility. So when Saba initially applied, I believe the facility that they put in their application was the Sprott Youth Center. And we have the amendment request to change the facility to this facility in Moncure, which, we're supposed to discuss. But it doesn't sound like this facility in Moncure is going to be available or ready in the right timeline. So I'm curious as to why the Sprott Youth Center is not the number one contingency plan?
That's a very reasonable question. We moved from the Sprott Center initially as our intended first year opening facility because of two factors: the location of Sprott and the fact that the Automatics facility, the new one, the one there on Callie's Haven Way, is it's just a better facility. It would be easier to upfit and would require less cost to upfit it. The Sprott Center is an older community style building. The space, it would be very challenging to get the necessary space out of it that we need to open. And the Automatics building, the one at Callie's Haven, is just all around a better facility, better location, better facility.
Any other questions?
I have a question. There was a statement that was just made that there was a break-even budget of 88 students, but the May board meeting, when asked about the cost of the new facility impacting the budget, the break-even of that day was suggested to be 102. And that can be a pretty big number when you start adding up students. Can you tell me why the difference?
That is correct. I will speak briefly and then I will turn it over to Tavares to further this discussion. You are correct. The break even was originally submitted for 102. Whenever we received our corrections or ratings last week regarding our RTO2 submissions, one of the questions on there was, did we account for the NC Access Grant? And we did not. We were working solely with, numbers and what we had. And so we further looked at our budget to include the NC Access Grant, and that's where we came up with the 88. And I'll let Tavares speak a little bit further if there's anything additional to add.
No, there's no more additional to add, Valencia. That is the case where we used our Access Grant funds that can supplement the amount of children.
And how long do you think it will take for you to find out if one of the two churches has an existing ECO? While there are other issues and problems, that time is not on your side in that way.
I agree. I agree. We realize what we're up against in trying to access or utilize any of our facilities that we had discussed and planned on, our contingency as well as our primary facility. All that would be necessary is a phone call to the ministers, to the pastors of the churches, and we could probably have a response about the ECO this afternoon. Again, to the board member who was asking the questions about the space at Callie Havens Way, we realize what a challenge that is, what we are facing in trying to move this process through the planning board, through the town planning board and the town council by our August opening date. They are aware of it. The owner of the building that is leasing the building to us, he is aware of it. So everyone has been very cooperative, very helpful, very realistic, and at least verbally amenable to move this process along as quickly as they can.
Speak to the issues with EC, please.
I will speak to that.
Could you address that?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we did submit, as far as information regarding the EC teacher, that, we have posted our positions on Indeed, on the OCS newsletter as well. But again, we have 0 applicants as far as the EC teacher is concerned. And Rob did share that there is a natural shortage across the board. So we know it's not personal to Saba, but it is our reality. As far as related services, Renaissance Wellness Center originally was not aware that they needed to include the PT, OT, and speech in their proposal to us, but they do contract those services within Renaissance Wellness Center. When I reached out to the owner and operator of Renaissance Wellness Center, she has been on vacation, but she sent me a text indicating that she could easily put that in there to make you guys aware that Renaissance Wellness Center does provide PT, OT, and speech as requested. And as far as the list of EC items that we were to submit, I think that that was a misunderstanding on my part. As far as EC items, we do have even within our access grant, items that were included in our budget that were for EC students with American Reading Company, with our iReady diagnostics and screenings. And so there were a number of EC items that were listed there, but in submitting the RTO2 items, I thought that it was more specific to more separate setting or other IEP directly related items. So again, it may not matter, but my apologies on misunderstanding that. But we have previously submitted a list of EC items that would be necessary for SABA and for the students to receive instruction on day one, but not in the manner in which you asked for it.
Did you consider a financial incentive for the EC teacher when demand is high and supply is low, providing some sort of way to attract an EC teacher via a financial incentive or something similar to that?
It's a good idea, Terry, with their budget. So
We did not discuss necessarily an incentive. I do recognize that our NC Access grant, is opening up our budget a bit, where that may be something that the board can consider.
One of the things we tell all the RTO schools is put some money behind your EC teacher because it's one of your most critical.
Maybe the.
So true.
EC teacher is not an allowable expense for the NC access.
Just a point of clarification, if I may, First Presbyterian Church, at least what you submitted in RTO, and you may not have that contingency plan in front of you, but the notes there say that SABA just needs to make a formal request that all paperwork and permits are in place. So I don't know if that means an ECO or not. I know you stated you would be able to clarify that with that possible facility.
And I would like to do that because in writing that, I wrote that response to that particular item, and in submitting that, my thinking was that the church has all of the necessary permits to operate as a church. And so they do have a certificate of occupancy, but now an educational certificate of occupancy, that specific question was not asked.
They are not the same. Most people who use churches end up having to do something in the church to make it eligible for an ECO, unless it's been used as a school in the past.
And I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't know if they have used either one of those two churches as schools in the past. I know they have Sunday schools that meet in both of these churches in both of these locations.
The COs are different.
Right. I understand that.
Ms.
We have any
Turner,
other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
if I make a comment, I know last month we delayed making a recommendation on the amendments because it's irregular for a school to submit an accelerated application and then come back and request a change of location, because a piece of that acceleration is that you have your facility in place. We also, as a board, recognize that the school application, I guess, was approval was held up by state board because of the question of the single gender school. So that kind of put them behind the 8 ball. We, I believe, are we accept their reasoning behind why they would like to move the facility to the Callie's Haven Way. And I think when this board's application came before us, we, as a collective body, were very excited about the mission that they were putting forth. Excited that it was going to be a single gender school. And I just feel like if we push them forward to ready to open, that we would be doing a disservice to the school and the children that they intend to serve. Last month, we made a motion to move them to the regular RTO cycle so that they would open in 2022. And I think that would give them plenty of time to flush out all of the insufficiencies, the hiccups that they're having currently. So I would like to make a motion that we approve their relocation to the Callie's Haven Way, but that we move them to a regular timeline to open with the class of 2022.
Is there a second?
A second. Terry Stoops.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I agree wholeheartedly with you, Sherry. We were really excited about the school. I'm still excited about the school. I think they will make a huge difference in their community, but only if they can get off to a good start and not a rocky start. And I think that at best, this could be a rocky start. I think having the extra year to get through all of the issues with planning, get the facility ready, and be able to open in their facility will make all the difference for them. And so I totally agree that we approve the move and that we move them to the next cycle. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I believe CSAB still has outstanding votes for Faith and Old Mainstream Academy. Thank you for your time.
We did
You did, Old Main.
Faith.
Just Faith, yes.
Got the first one.
Ashley,
Thank
you want
you,
to
Ms.
catch
Porter.
Cheryl up to speed on Faith? Cheryl, were you online when we were discussing Faith?
That was so long ago.
That was at 10 o'clock this morning.
Is that
What the exact time was
Would the board want to take a
10:40.
and come back, discuss faith and whatever else is on the agenda?
Okay, how long a break?
Just be finished with RTO.
You want to finish this?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So can somebody bring me up to speed on Faith, please?
Ashley.
Hi, Ms. Turner. So there was a lot of discussion regarding the facility and where exactly the school was in the process. The school was not invited here, however, because they were not marked insufficient on any of their rubric ratings. But there was a lot of discussion among the board about, you know, what they have in terms of the facility and the pillars that I believe they will need for the property. And so really it's a matter, you know, your options now are to move them forward, not move them forward, or move them forward with some type of stipulation. Or we could hold a special called meeting for the state board meeting to get a better, you know, more clarity on where exactly they are with the property.
Okay, so this was an acceleration, which means they had to have had a property when we approved the app. So what happened to that property?
Yes, ma'am, Claire Porter. What they have submitted to us is they have not submitted a lease yet. They have indicated through RTO that they've negotiated a contract to purchase it. Purchase Faith Elementary, as you'll recall, that's the vacant building. They're also working with a developer, a charter facility developer in Salt Lake City, called Schoolhouse Development. And Schoolhouse is responsible for the acquisition of Faith Elementary and the development of the physical school building. And they've used Hubrick Contracting as the general contractor. So we don't have a certificate of educational occupancy at this point. What we did receive was a letter from the Town of Faith, the zoning division, the zoning administrator, who addressed the modular units that will be added to this property. And he indicated that everything will be in compliance and they're simply ready to execute that ECO once the Faith Academy LLC and Faith Charter School signs the lease acquiring the property and then reports on any environmental studies such as asbestos, lead, et cetera. So we did not get a specific renovation or construction schedule. We do know the modulars are going in. And then the contingency that the school provided was a pushback on the start date to September 20th. And then additional contingencies of Faith Lutheran Church and Shiloh Reformed Church in the event they're not able to take possession of Faith Elementary.
So if they get Faith Elementary, they're thinking it would be a whole month before, after school starts for them to start?
I think the plan is, the contingency plan would be if they don't get it, they would push back to September 20th.
Wow.
We don't have a good timeline, I don't think, Cheryl, on.
No.
We don't
we
know
don't.
when they're going to get the lease signed. And then once the lease signing takes place, what's the timeline, the schedule for the modulars to be put in place, et cetera. So I
Has
think
the
at a
building even
minimum,
been bought?
We need a timeline, specific
I
time,
think at a minimum, we need a discussion with them as to,
status.
Uh-oh, Sherry, I don't hear you anymore.
can you hear me now?
Now I can, yeah.
I said, I think at a minimum, we need to have a discussion with the Faith Board for a scheduled timeline on, when's the lease going to be signed? If these modulars are going to be put in place, what's the construction, et cetera, before we can make a fair assessment.
Well, at this point, has the building already been purchased by this group, or do we still have to wait on the building purchase?
I don't think it's been purchased.
We have not received a signed lease at this point, no.
So
Yeah, I think at a minimum, we have to talk to this board. They weren't asked to come today, and so I think at a minimum, we have to at least talk to them.
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, because the way this is written, it's a little. So I think I need clarification, not just on the timeline, but on the structure of what this is, because they name Schoolhouse Development LLC, they name Faith Academy LLC, and they name Faith Charter School, Faith Academy Charter School. And I don't know who those entities are, but it appears as if someone has to buy the property, then someone has to lease the property from them, then someone has to put modulars on the property, then someone has to do construction on the main building. Yeah, those seem to all be connected to this one piece of property. And it's June 7th.
Yeah.
I agree, and it also mentions condition of underground fuel storage and lead paint and these kinds of things, environmental studies regarding this, and this could lead to extended periods of time delaying their opening.
Right.
And extended costs, ridiculous costs. We're living with that now.
Right. And if they are only at 375 or they're 500, they're exactly at the 75%. But if they have to delay school a month or 2 months, they're gonna lose some of those kids.
Yes,
Lose some of those kids. I don't know how many, but
they will, because parents have expectations for when school starts.
Absolutely.
And they don't have alternatives.
That's right.
Well, and if the fact that it's not finished, are you going to take a chance on keeping your child out of school for a whole month and then they may not get it together then either?
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I think our options.
Go ahead.
Well, I think pushing them to ready to open, if we can take that option off the table. So that's really we either say that they're not ready to open, or we can arrange, we do need we owe them the right to be able to speak. And so we could arrange a called meeting to talk to them.
Yeah, I feel like the most efficient thing to do is to have a special call
What is your
meeting.
pleasure? Somebody make a motion.
Because if we waited till July, that would be after state board's July
What'd
meeting.
you
and
say,
then
Dave?
August. So I would recommend that we have a special call meeting, bring their board in to get more details from them.
And that would still give us time to make a motion to
When
join
would you-
in with these motions, right?
Yeah, when would the called meeting be?
We'll have to,
You have to
I'll
say,
have to let you know, hopefully next week.
There's charter.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion for that?
Sure, I'll make a motion that we not move Faith Academy to the RTO process until we've had a special call meeting where they can provide us with a concrete timeline on their facility.
I'll second.
Is there a second?
Todd, second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
aye. Hilda
Aye.
Purley
Aye.
recuses.
I'm sorry, what'd you say,
Purley
Hilda?
recuses.
Okay. Any opposed? And Ms. Parlay recuses. Motion passes. Okay, Dave, how long a break can we afford to take? It's already 2:00.
I definitely just need to, I've had a lot of people inquiring about the presentations today because they do have numbers and people waiting. So just, yeah, we just need to decide on what, when we want to.
Take a break and eat lunch in here.
Good.
Take a bathroom break and eat lunch in here. Keep going.
What'd you say?
Don't you guys have lunch?
I asked if we could just take a short break and then come back in here to eat lunch and keep going.
Oh,
It's
okay.
our first
Not
in-person
sure we
board
can-
meeting, so
We're not supposed to eat lunch in here.
you guys tell
Gary,
me.
I don't think
you
we
start
allowed.
that?
Yeah, no.
I don't think so.
Eat in 15 minutes?
We,
What, eating in
I'd
there?
say 30-minute break, then come back
Including lunch.
for lunch,
For lunch.
then come back in 30 minutes and
Okay,
start.
so 2:40?
2:40.
Sure. And NC Cyber Academy is just going to send us their written report. Okay.
That
So
would be great.
Awesome, thank you. Okay,
appreciate-
then, let's take a break till 2:40.
Go park your car, Cheryl.
I am, if it's still there.
She's still talking in the parking lot.
She's in a temporary parking spot.
It's time for a stretch.
Sherry, I'm gonna have to go, but I'll listen in.
I'm just gonna keep. Are you leaving?
sure. And she just decided to look at it Friday evening and it didn't come in. So they just got it
Hey, Ashley,
Yes, ma'am.
this ticket has 7/3/15, well, the time, it says start 7/03/19.
That's when it was issued, and it's always good. So it expires never.
Okay, well, I looked at two different dates. Well, so you just stick it in, we don't have to go to the cashier anymore.
You take the ticket that you got out of the
You
kiosk,
just sent me,
and this one, you had it both to, and then let you go.
Oh, the kiosk has the,
You know, wherever your exit, where'd you park? The big lot?
well, usually I do 75. Down.
The garage.
The garage.
Where are we?
I tell you, I had to get my.
The garage is that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you're you'll just have that and your.
I'd love to.
It's in it.
yeah. I'll spring swing by.
This is cool.
Move there when in the evening or weekend.
I have a political position this year. With the Holly Springs. I'm our mayor.
You do. So you know.
We got the app right now.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's last few months, he's been there for like, he's not in good health, so it's.
Great personality.
He's one, he comes to our school every chance he gets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More than some of your.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, all right, 4 minutes.
Harry, you have 1 minute left. Just finished.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go.
Son.
What's next? What's next?
Let's go on to Vernon Malone Career and College to do their biotech. So that's what, and his brother's there doing computer stuff. So they'll be at the same school.
Cookie.
All right. Hi, Cheryl. I heard you. We are starting with Halawasaponi Tribal School. So the next few schools are appearing before the board for a quick update on academics and other, mainly academics, but also any major operational or other changes or updates. These schools are all selected though because they have been on the low performing list. And as you know, we just continued that list due to statute because we don't have any new data. So, Mr. Warren Bell, are you on?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we're gonna try to make this under 10 minutes, Mr. Bell. And there's somebody else driving the presentation. So when you want to go to the next slide, just say next and he'll do it.
Okay, basically, you see our mission statement there. And this was the same mission statement that basically we started out with. We did modify it a little bit, I believe about 2010. I think everybody has read this already. You can go to the next slide. Okay, academic performance. When we got the report that said they want to see, okay, what was the previous academic performance when we were still having EOGs and EOCs? We have it there. As you see that, and you've seen throughout our slides, you will notice that the middle school has had a much more consistent performance. One of the things we attribute that to is the fact that we had consistency in personnel and staff in the middle school. And we also had middle school staff that were willing to do a lot of staff development, especially in the areas of learning styles and differentiation. We also noticed a trend, and that trend is still going on, whereas that the females are outperforming the males. And our exception of children percentages at that time was 24%. It's just a little bit up under that now. Go to the next slide. Okay, as far as for this year, that the exception of children did not increase in proficiency compared to the non-exception of children. And the tools that we were using to assess them and monitoring them during the year, such as iReady and Study Island were the main ones. We had iReady already the previous couple of years, but we were able to get Study Island toward the end of December, and we used that. And as you see across there, that the ELA is being much more consistent than the math, and you'll see what's said the twos, iReady and Study Island. Our 2020 English 2 students from last fall, they did have an EOC, and based upon their scores, they did meet their growth. The students, as you notice again at middle school, they continue to do much better. And it's 5th grade also. The 8th grade has been the problem more so this year in the middle school. And the math 1 and the math 3 did not meet their goals and Study out. And the math 1 has been one of our concerns, especially over the past 3 years. Go to the next slide. Okay. Current academically, you see our improvement goals. We wanted to do 10% increase in performance in both ELA and in reading, as well as our science. What we've done this year is that we're making sure that we do monthly data retreats, and they were implemented basically around about November, but they've been very consistent in the spring, starting in January. Our PLCs, we have them every week in our grade level departments, K through 2, 3 through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12. And the main focus always has to be on number 1, academics, number 2, student attendance, number 3, parent involvement, because we knew we have all those going in the right direction, we're going to get positive results. Also, all of our students that were not performing at level or tier 1s, those students had to have a PEP, personal pupil education plan, based upon being identified through iReady and through the Study out of how they were doing on those objectives under the standards. We also have intervention groups formed in all grade levels. And that right there has been a big one, that with the intervention, that we've been able to put that into our schedule, whereas the students will receive anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour of intervention each day, based upon what their needs are in the areas they need to improve in. Our areas of growth and challenge, next slide. Next slide. Okay, areas of growth. We see the consistent performance in ELA, which is reading, in grades 3 through 7 and grade 10. And as we said again, we started looking at those grades of our middle school area. They're performing at a higher level than other grades. Our math and science, but like I said, math 1 and math 3. One of the things we're going to be doing this summer is we're going to do some intervention, a heavy dose, especially in math 1 and also in math in grades 2 through grades 8 and 9, because what it is that COVID hit us real hard. Plus also with the grades 3 through 5, we had the teacher who was a math teacher. She left at the end of January, but fortunately we were able to get another teacher who had been teaching it, who wanted to relocate, and we got that teacher in February. So we really have about a 2-week gap there, whereas that we didn't have a teacher, and we saw quick, steady improvement already with the students when we had the new teacher come in. I said up there previously that math and science teacher recruitment for the future will be a great issue in the personnel area. Now, for next year, and we did have 2 vacancies, but we were blessed because we not only have a science teacher for the high school who we hired, who has a bachelor's and a master's in meteorology and earth science, but she also just finished her doctorate in computer science. So for the
Lose Mr. Bell?
Any questions? Any questions?
I think we lost Mr. Bell's connection.
Something happened, excuse me, we had a drop. We had a drop. Could you go back to that previous one? Okay, now the thing I was saying about recruitment. And for the first time, we'll be able to offer courses in dual enrollment on the campus because she's certified to teach cyber security and the computer classes. So we'll have much more options at the high school. And because they're having a big push to try to get courses down to the 8th graders that they can use for high school credit, we're going to try to integrate that into the schedule. So the students who are possibly taking Math 1 in 8th grade can also take a computer course. So that has been a big help. In the future, I said that may be a struggle because one of the things we have to compete with 3 surrounding school systems. But the one thing that if we continue to receive the CSI grant, school improvement, we wrote into the grant that could we use part of the funds for bonuses for recruitment. And that has been a real big blessing because prior to, say, 3 years ago, we were having problems with math and science more so. But once we got the CSI, or we were able to receive the CSI grant and receive that money for bonuses, it has been a big part in us being able to recruit quality people. The other problem we had this year, and this was a problem across not only state, but across the country. We had consistent with the surrounding school systems, Halifax, Warren County, and Nash. We had a problem with about 20% of our students with COVID as far as attendance. If the forthcoming year said if the students had an option for virtual as opposed to on site, it may be a problem again. But if we pretty much, if the parents agree to send the students back and we don't have any more problems with COVID, we should be in good shape. Last slide. Okay, this is what we had this year, looking at the beginning of the year, and then looking at what we did just about around April the 14th. We did our last thing for our last results for our rating. As you see, we had a lot of increase in K through 2. We had quite a bit in 3 through 5, but we didn't have the growth in 6 through 8. Now, that could look deceiving. And it's our 8th graders, which they been basically the parents, pretty much almost all 8th graders, they have to come to summer school to an intervention for 4 weeks. And it'll be 4 days a week, about 6 hours a day. Also, if you go down to our reading, we saw a slight increase in that, but there goes again, grades 6 through 8. It's the 8th graders that caused that drop compared to the other grade levels. And said those students, they'll be having on average about 2 hours and a half of reading each day, 2 hours and a half of math. We also have hired several tutors because we were able to use our CARES funds to also take care of that. So there will be a very, very heavy dose of both reading and math. And we also going to have science in the summer school intervention with a heavy dose of literacy. Because as we know, when you look at the EOG and the EOCs, they're very heavily literacy based. If you don't understand what you're reading, you can't understand how to answer problems or answer questions. Those are our slides. Are there any questions?
I have just one question, Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Do you have your preliminary results from your EOGs? This week?
No, not yet. Ms. Anstead.
Those yet.
Am I just not hearing or is no one talking?
Can you hear?
I think
No,
it's trying
barely.
to.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm Miss Anstead, the testing coordinator. We took our 3 through 8 EOGs last week, and they have been delivered to me, but they're delivered as taking, and the scores have been delayed, so we don't have those scores yet. The only thing we have is 3rd grade. The rest of them, they said, will be delayed.
Yeah, I know the reading's going to be delayed. I was just wondering about the math and science. How many
Yes,
students,
ma'am.
how many did you test?
We have from K through 8, we did makeup today. We tested all of our K through 8 students today.
What's the current enrollment?
$157.
150. But in those grades,
Per grade.
The document they submitted says the current enrollment is 157 students, 82 on campus and 75 virtual.
Is that number K-12?
Right, K-12 is 157, our total number. We have about 53, I think, or 52 high school students. They're testing this week with their EOCs. EOGs were last week, so we tested 3 through 8 last week with our EOGs.
How many seniors did you have this year, and did they all graduate?
They haven't yet, Rita, because they're still taking their EOCs.
Okay.
It's still a good question.
But they should know how many are anticipated.
Correct.
11.
You have 11 seniors and 11 are graduating? Was that a yes?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. How many
Okay,
seniors and how many are?
We have 13 seniors and we have 11 that are graduating.
Okay. Any other questions?
Cheryl, my only other question is, where are they in the renewal process? Because I believe are they operating under a 3-year?
I think so. And I think they're up for renewal in the next round. I don't think Dr. Cooper's on here, but I think they're up in the next round.
Yes, we're in the next round.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? Well, thank you very much for the update.
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you. That's good.
So who's next, Ashley?
The next one is the Experiential School of Greensboro. We're just pulling up their presentation. And I believe it's Dr. Tracy Shaw will be presenting.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm Mrs. Tracy Shaw. I'm the executive director. I also have Dr. Leila Villaverde here, the president of our board. So thank you for having us. You can go ahead and go to, I guess I'll just tell you about, we currently have 307 students, K through 8. We are anticipating an enrollment next year of 356 students. We actually have 365 currently enrolled, but we know that there will probably be some movement by the time August gets here. This is my first year as the director of the school as well. You can go to the next slide.
Make sure he can hear you.
Thank you. So if in our the school is 3 years old, and in the first year of the school, we did not meet our performance goal in math, so therefore received a D grade and considered a low performing school. In reading, we did receive a C grade. And obviously due to COVID-19, there was no EOG data to report for last year. So therefore we are still considered a low performing school. Next slide. These are just the academic trends from the 2018-19 EOGs, broken down by ethnicity, student with disabilities, economically disadvantaged. So you can see the growth index for reading, math, and science. Next slide. So our goals have been to increase the percentage of proficiency in the math EOG from 40% to 50%, and then of course increase from there. We are targeted our math instruction to work to get that number of percentage of proficiency up. And we have been using map growth assessments this year to help us inform our instruction in that regard, as well as maintain a 95% average daily membership. And I will say that our attendance this year has been exceptional. Despite COVID, we have maintained 95% average daily membership throughout the year. So we're very happy about that, as well as student engagement. Next slide. So in using our MAP growth assessments this year, at the beginning of the year, 67.8% of our 3rd through 8th graders who were assessed they were saying would be proficient on the EOG. That dipped slightly middle of the year. However, we did take it one more time, and then it went back up. Sorry, in reading, it dipped a little bit more to 54.7%. We think that is due to just burnout from the students. There was a lot of rapid guessing. The assessment does do that. It tells the teacher if the student is guessing. We also had less students that participated in the end of year assessment than they did in the middle or beginning of the year. For math, 55.1% of our students assessed it predicted would be proficient on the end of grade test. That dipped significantly middle of the year, as you can see, to 39.6%, but for end of year, which is not denoted, increased to 42.26%. Next, and then the final slide. So our areas of growth, or our struggles that we're going to have, is just balancing our way that we approach teaching and our learning philosophy with the state's required national versus standardized assessment. And then really next year, we're very concerned with academic and social emotional well-being of our students and teachers as we continue to transition into in-person learning. As I said, we have less teacher turnover this year, and so we are excited about what this is. And that's all I have. A few questions.
Ms. Shaw, have you guys finished up for the school year? Your academic year, has it ended?
Friday is our last day.
So are you currently testing?
We have just wrapped up all of our testing.
What percentage of students would you say that you tested?
We actually, 97% of our students tested for the EOG.
And do you have any preliminary results?
I do.
What, your math, did you see, is it favorable?
No, it is not favorable.
Well, don't take it personally.
I'm not. No, very disappointing. The percentage of proficient students in math. The teachers were disappointed as well because they've worked really hard, but we know it was just a really strange year. So
thankfully, it's not going to be held against us.
Thankfully, yes.
Were your EOG scores similar to your MAP testing scores?
No, they were not. If we followed what the MAP data was giving us, we should have had a stronger higher percentage of students that were proficient on the EOG.
Yeah, that's what I found too, Dave, at our school.
Mrs. Shaw, this is Rita Hare. Could you speak a little to the staffing difficulties that you've had? I noticed that about 30% left last year, so you've had some restructuring. Could you just address that and update us?
Sure. During last year, it was decided to restructure the leadership of the school. The school is operating with 2 co-directors, and then transition to 1 director, which is myself. And with that, there was just a lot of transition with the teachers moving on because of the transition. This happened prior to me arriving. And because of COVID, we had some struggles staffing, but ended up being fully staffed shortly after the school year began for this coming year. And for next year, at this point in time, we have to replace, I think, 5 teachers total. And most of those are due to teachers moving or a different job opportunity.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have one. Ms. Shaw, when do you plan to work on your mental health plan?
Oh, we are in the process of working on that right now. My social worker and counselor were gathering information to put all that in place for August. We do have a social emotional incorporated into our curriculum currently, but we know that the focus is going to have to be a little bit more in the forefront in August for our students.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So Cheryl, I think they would also be coming up for renewal that next year, right? Since they're under their, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll start their cycle.
In the fall. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the time comes around.
Ashley's just letting the guy know that we're moving forward.
The next presentation will be from Children Villages Academy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jessica Jones, Executive Principal of Children's Village Academy, and I'm accompanied by my board chair, Mr. Roy Lanier, and our co-chair, Dr. Peggy Carr, may be logging in. She had to log off earlier. But at either rate, starting with our presentation, as you may already know, Children's Village Academy, established in 1997, currently serves students in grades kindergarten through 8th grade in Lenore County and surrounding areas. Our demographics on average consist of about 90% economically disadvantaged students, with all students, majority of students qualifying for a free or reduced lunch. Currently, we are under the CEP program. Despite not meeting our growth and proficiency during the 2018-19 school year, in the past, we've had success in having and achieving and maintaining high growth, such as in years before, as you see on the slide, top 25% EBOS growth, academic growth award in 2016, 17, 18. And of course, our goal is to regain that status again of achieving high growth. The 2018-19 proved to be a very difficult and challenging year. Not as much as this year though, but it was, needless to say, it was the same. Next slide, please. So in our next slide, at the end of the year, we always like to analyze and look where we are comparative to the local ELA and looking at some of our challenges as well. Although the school's SPG was an F and had not met expected growth in the 2018-19 school year, CVA's growth was compared to some schools in the local LEA with common demographics and challenges. For instance, CBA's growth status was similar to a few of the C schools in terms of growth, while also serving a very high population of EDS students and having income and student readiness percentage at 11%, which at that time was the lowest in the county. And looking at the income and student readiness, it turned our attention to really looking at students and being enrolled and what levels or challenges that they come with as well. So in 2018, 2019, some of our challenges, including the income and student readiness, we found that majority of our new enrollees entering the school were below grade level. And this also continues to contribute to the ultimate challenge in attaining higher proficiency or growth. This school year, for example, 2021, 60% of our newly enrolled students were at least one grade level behind. Some other challenges that we were facing at that time was recruitment of highly qualified educators in critical areas. In this case, for us, you'll learn it is math. And again, of course, school closures in March, the gains that we were making, particularly in our intervention efforts, were kind of put to a halt and on pause, as for every school in the country. Currently, this school year, some of our challenges was, of course, the transition to remote learning for not just our students, but for staff and families as well. Also, allocation of additional devices and hotspots, decreased and inconsistent student attendance, as well as inconsistent parent involvement and support. To be honest, it was really remote learning and encouraging parents and students and making sure that they were consistently logged in and in attendance fully each day was a very huge challenge, as I'm sure it was for many schools. Next slide. So looking back at our school performance data, 2018-19, in that school year, CBA had met growth expectations across the board in K-8 and reading, and also in grade 8 science. However, there was a drastic decline by negative 14 points in math growth, prompting in a sense to focus on math intervention. If you look at these charts, these are charts coming from EBOS. Across the top represents the reading. See across the board we're meeting growth standards, but in math, particularly in those grades 4 through 7, there were really some challenges there in providing teacher effectiveness. I mean, our most effective teachers were not in those particular grade areas, and despite providing additional support with instructional coaches and support staff, we just still didn't make the mark by the end of the year. And being a small school, 1 class per grade, any defects in 1 or 2 areas is going to be detrimental for the whole system. So that was what our performance looked like, and that's where we recognized our drop was in that year. Next slide. So moving on this particular slide here, the top of this table represents iReady, because we are now using iReady along with the NC check-ins as assessment tools and diagnostic tools. But the top part represents the growth, the progress towards typical growth for our students in grades K-8. In 2019-20, even though the overall student proficiency was low on average, between 32-35%, students were making some gains towards their typical growth according to iReady. So for example, between the first and third benchmark, K-8 students went from 18% of our students were meeting typical growth in the first benchmark, and that increased to 69% in reading, and it went from 40% to 85% in math. This current school year, what iReady showed for us as far as their gains towards typical growth between the first and third benchmark are that students in reading, 41% of our students were meeting typical growth, and that increased to 72% by the third benchmark. That's for reading. Whereas for math, it was at 45% to 63%. So that's typically the growth. But our NC check-in data identifies the grade level proficiency. And this chart shows trends from the first benchmark to the end of the benchmark, to the third benchmark, I'm sorry. And at least 44% of students in grades 3-8 were demonstrating proficiency in reading, 61% on average in science, but math proficiency remained low at about 18% by the third benchmark. You'll see that it was a slight increase during the second benchmark, but then went down the third benchmark. Prior to the school closures last year, I can honestly say that it seemed as though our intervention efforts with students was working. We were making some progress, but then once the pandemic hit, it presented numerous challenges and additional instruction and school day intervention, having a negative impact in our gains. Next slide, please. So recognizing that definitely at this point, our most crucial and critical area of concern is math, CVA, we have intensified our focus on the math curriculum and the support. Data is collected from pre-assessments and analyzed to identify critical math strand areas per grade level, as well as grade level deficiencies. And our non-proficient students are placed in targeted subgroups, and they receive extensive math remediation throughout the school day with assigned paraprofessionals, teachers, and in some cases, administrators. We monitor weekly. So on a weekly basis, we're looking at their progress and tracking how they're performing in their classroom assessments, NC check-in data when available, iReady diagnostics and lessons, and even their daily math drill mastery. To increase that support, in 2019-20, we hired or employed additional school day tutors just to help with the daily remediation and placing an emphasis on math. Students in these identified target groups are pulled out daily for daily intervention, even during selected elective courses at the middle school level as necessary. And an extensive support in math is provided also ongoing in our after school and our monthly Saturday Academy sessions, which this year due to COVID, all of our Saturday Academy sessions were remote. We've also increased staff development and support for teachers in math and instruction, and specifically, particularly for key foundational skills and how to apply real world applications to mathematical concepts. In 2018-19, we adopted a new math curriculum, Eureka Math, realizing teachers needed more time and trained professional development on how to effectively use Eureka Math. So training using Eureka Math is on the curriculum is ongoing. We also put in place school-wide implementation of the CUBE strategy, which is a math strategy that helps them to break down and decode math problems. Basically, it helps to improve their critical thinking and problem solving according to the research. We found in past years, we had a school-wide implementation of a reading strategy, and it seems to have helped increase our reading performance. So we wanted to apply the same type of measure for math as well. Next slide. And some of our continuing strategies for school improvement will include, of course, professional development each year. We look at this plan to determine, based on our the teacher observations and feedback, what more do we need to add to, what additional professional development do they need, as well as administration, myself. In 2019-2020, CVA employed a professional development coordinator just to coordinate and make sure that the components of our school plan is being implemented. This past school year, we participated in professional development presented by Leaders Building Leaders, and also partnered with Lenore Community College to provide monthly staff training in the areas of building positive math culture, building vocabulary in math and reading, communication and collaboration, blended learning. We continue on our focus on data-driven instruction. We continue to use classroom data walls and benchmark data walls to analyze what the students are learning and what their strengths and weaknesses are. Paying special attention to the math. As far as our 9-week formative tests, this year we started using the NC check-ins, listening, hearing feedback from other schools of how closely they were aligned or similar to the items were similar to the EOG. And we continue also to use iReady diagnostics more so for our intervention, assessing how our intervention efforts are working or how they're progressing. And we also put in personal education plans, continue doing that for non-proficient students to monitor their progress in reading, math, and science throughout the year. Some other things that we did was enhance our efforts on our teacher recruitment. And fortunately enough, we've been able to employ some highly qualified individuals. Quite recently, we hired on a couple of new teachers who have exceptional EVOS data from their and awesome recommendations from their previous schools, as well as even earning credentials or titles for Teacher of the Year. We are continuing our weekly PLCs for plannings with our teachers and instructional staff. Daily intervention block is still incorporated into our master schedule. We have placed high emphasis on technology integration. I think all schools had to this year, but happy to say that CBA is currently a one-to-one device officially. And we're just continuing into early test prep in our Saturday academies and making sure that our after school is aligned to our school day instruction. And that's what we have right now. This was our first day of summer school. We're running a 4-week program, 6 hours a day, 4 days a week. And our main emphasis is math and science to continue that heavy, high dose tutoring model for helping to increase math achievement here at the school. Any questions?
Ms. Jones, how many students do you have currently enrolled?
170.
170.
One class per grade.
And of those 170 ones that were eligible for testing, what percentage would you say that completed the end of grade test?
100%.
That's awesome. And your results, I know you don't have reading, but math, were you surprised, satisfied, disappointed?
Honestly, looking at what our NC check-in data was showing us throughout the year, I'm not going to say that we were exactly surprised. It kind of reflected what we were seeing in the data. It was still a disappointment because of the extra attention that we've been trying to pay to the math specifically. So, yeah.
How many of your students were, were you mostly virtual this year or in person?
A little mixture of both. Actually, we were under Plan C until November 23rd, or after the November break, after the Thanksgiving break. Then we came back under Plan B, and we remained under Plan B. And at that time, I want to say when we first came back, about 50% of our students were still virtual. Their parents were still choosing the virtual option. Around February, that's when more students started coming in, but we kind of carried it out. About 30% of our students were still doing remote learning towards the end of the year. And then in April, our elementary campus transitioned to Plan A. Our middle school campus remained on Plan B due to, I think it was some language in the statute that didn't include charter schools or something like that. But middle school campus remained under Plan B. So by the end of the year, we still had about 25% of our students still choosing, families still choosing virtual learning. Oh yeah, and before we went into our Plan B in November, we were actually hosting pods like at the public library and at other locations for parents that needed that support. They couldn't monitor their kids at home. So we were able to set up a few locations outside of school and host pods until we could until we transitioned to Plan B after Thanksgiving.
I think what this shows is that our teachers have been working, our teachers and our school leaders have been working incredibly hard this year for very little results. So it just proves how important it is for our children to be in school.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It does. I think this school year, that was one of the biggest things that I got from this school year, how important it is, because without them here, it's really only so much we can do.
And I think our teachers, I know from my own school and from my colleagues who I've spoken to about their schools, the teachers are taking it personally, but
Yes.
it's no reflection on their ability or their dedication.
Yes, ma'am. Agreed. Our teachers were taking it pretty rough, but like I told them, I know that they put everything into it, and we're really working with a good team this year. It was just beyond our control, and we did everything we knew that we could possibly do.
Ms. Jones, this is Rita Hare. Your teachers also went from 1 year trying to learn a new math curriculum to the next year trying to learn to teach it virtually through an online.
Yes, ma'am.
So that was challenging as well, but there are a number of strong strategies here. I appreciate all the data, and it shows us that you are analyzing it and you're making data-informed decisions, and this is a good thing. I believe you'll start to see the turnaround that you want to see. But you just have a number of strategies, and not just the number, but the variety of strategies. I just think that you can't help but see improvement in the coming year. So we'll be watching for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And we're pushing towards it. We're pushing towards it. We really are.
Can you describe briefly efforts to increase parental involvement, support? And I know that that's difficult because just as teachers were having a lot of difficulty this year, so were a lot of families. How do you go about doing that?
Currently, each year, like any other school, we send out our parent engagement and involvement. And through normal school years, we would host at least quarterly parent nights and curriculum nights. And what we've tried doing was making it more fun and engaging for the parents, and providing incentives. For instance, the class that has the highest parent attendance that night is given a party or something. So we actually found that providing the incentives for the students helps to also get the parents involved in that particular case. But with this particular scenario with remote learning, it took a lot of calling, and when calling didn't help, we actually had to get on the school buses and go to the house. In some cases, we found that parents didn't want to showing up, so then they started to give us the results as far as attendance and answering the phone and making sure to communicate with us as best they could. In the future, though, I'm looking at ways to strengthen our parent teacher organization and getting more parents on board with being a part of the committee, and kind of giving them, empowering them to get the other parents on board. And then just, communicating with other schools, checking out other schools that have high rates of parent involvement, and just check and see what some of the things they're doing that's working, and apply it.
Remember school day for the kids, promoting them to get more interesting too. Okay, another thing that we try to do on this is to get the kids interested in it by giving them some incentive to come to school, like give them a special kids day with the t-shirt on, our logo and all of that. These are special recognition kids. So that kind of helped out somewhat with the kids participating and wanting to come back to school.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day. Be blessed.
All right, up next we have ACE Academy. And ACE, we are getting your presentation up and you can begin when you want to.
Hello, this is Lila Minot.
Hi, Lila.
Hi, just want to make sure everybody can hear me. So ACE mission is to equip all students from all backgrounds to succeed in the college and career of their choice by driving academic excellence, developing a strong character, and instilling an entrepreneurial mindset. You go to the next slide. ACE just completed its 7th year. During this year, obviously, we were hit with the pandemic. We had several teachers that actually did get the COVID, and they were out multiple times, and there was inconsistency with our teachers, unfortunately, because they were sick. We operated Plan B from the very beginning. We never shifted from Plan B, and when there were incidents where our teachers were infected by COVID, we had to go fully Plan C. So there were pockets that we were Plan C as well. We maintained about 40% of students coming in person and about 60% of students doing virtual. And now at the end of the school year, we're probably about 50-50. Over the last couple of years, we've made a lot of growth. The last time we took our EOGs in 18-19, we were points away from being a C. And so we tried to maintain and sustain that, but unfortunately, the pandemic definitely put some ripples in that. During this year, we were awarded an iCares grant where we're using those funds for a free after-school program toward our summer camp and toward interventions in school. We also obviously had our teachers teach synchronously. So our teachers were teaching our in-person students as well as our remote students. And the same thing was happening for our MTSS plan, where we had our interventionists and our tutors working with students in person as well as remote. We spent the beginning of the year working with our teachers so they can be prepared for the use of technology and implementing all lessons via Google Classroom. I'm going to turn the next slide on to our principal, Dr. Bridget Reese, and she will dive into the data.
Good afternoon. This is Dr. Reese, principal at ACE Academy. I'm finishing up my 2nd year as principal here. As Ms. Lila said, the last time that we took EOGs, we did show a lot of growth. We were very close to getting a C and hopefully coming out of the low performing school cycle. So we were really looking forward to that. When we were taking our NC check-ins during the 2019-2020 school year, our first check-in compared to our second check-ins, every grade level grew in math and most grew in ELA. We only have one that dropped a couple of points on the check-ins for ELA. So we were really looking forward to seeing some tremendous growth on the ELGs at the end of the year. And of course, we didn't get to take that. You can go to the next slide. So we did do iReady this year, and this is our map data based on our iReady. This is the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and the end of the year for reading and math, as other people have said, and we've seen as a kind of a trend in other map data that our middle of the year dropped from the beginning of the year. We weren't expecting to see the drop that we did for the end of the year, but we were still optimistic about what we were doing in class. We were having data meetings with the teachers and the students. The students were having data meetings with the students. The students were setting their own goals. They were talking to their parents about their goals. And once we dived into individual data with our students, we did notice that the students that we pulled for MTSS interventions and other interventions, that those students did grow a lot individually, but collectively we were not as satisfied with our map data that we received this year. We also have our ELG data that we have already started to look at. We looked at it as cohorts, and we looked at it individually compared to 2019. And there is a significant drop in, mostly in math, not as much in ELA with third grade, which is the only one that we could see. So this week we are doing remediation, and we will test next week for the retest for third grade ELA and math and science for third through eighth. Our plan for next year, we are going to continue to use iReady. We also adopted Edgenuity, which uses the iReady diagnostic and helps set goals for the students and then puts them on their level so that we can use those during our interventions. We have put interventions into place into our master schedule in each grade so that they can be pulled using their specific data. We start our summer camp on June 21st, and we're going to use this map data along with Edgenuity to get us started for the fall, so we can see how we can drive that in smaller groups in person. We have about 150 students registered for summer camp, and all but 17 are in person. We are offering a virtual option for some. They'll be on a different schedule, and we're not going to do the blended learning. So a virtual teacher will have those students separately, and our in-person teachers will have those students grouped together in person. So we're looking forward to be able to close some of those gaps that we saw, not just from summer loss, but also from COVID, because we can see that data as we look at what the ELGs, both as a cohort and just compared to what fourth graders did this year versus what fourth graders did 2 years ago. You can go to the next slide. So this is the data that we have up until our last ELGs in 2019. And as you can see, we did show growth from 2018 to 2019. Again, we were really looking forward to see how much growth we were going to show before the world shut down and everything changed. So we are optimistic that with our plan for interventions, having consistent curriculum, we're still using Engage New York for math, Wit and Wisdom for ELA that we have been using for the last several years. So we'll be able, the teachers are used to it, the students are used to how it guides them through the curriculum. So we're not having to learn a new curriculum and be able to show that growth that we know that our students can show. Last slide. So we didn't change our goals from before because we still think that we can meet those goals this year. We improved our proficiency in 2019. We improved in our growth also. Even with the way our data looks now, we feel like what we've learned from pandemic teaching with our virtual learning, changing some mindsets about how engagement can look when students are in front of you, when students are in front of a screen, and our teachers are very excited to have the students back in front of them in class. So we're having some professional development this summer on project-based learning, rigor in the classroom, and then our regular Wit and Wisdom and math professional development. So overall, we're not happy with the data that we received this year. I don't know many people that would be, but we have a plan to get back on track and to get our students where they need to be.
How many students did you have this year?
We've maintained our 400 students.
And how many that were eligible to test did you test?
We tested about 97% of our students. Only a handful didn't test.
Okay, very good.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, our next presentation will be Paul R. Brown Leadership Academy.
Good afternoon. My name is Keisha White, Superintendent at Paul R. Brown Leadership Academy in Elizabethtown, North Carolina. This is my second year as superintendent. Joining me this afternoon are Dr. Leroy Purdy, Board of Trustees Chairman, and Colonel Carl Lloyd, Commandant of Cadets. Next slide, please. In 2018-2019, we met academic growth. In 2021-2022, we plan to exceed growth, and this will be done as a result of several factors. Through our innovative partnership grant we received, an IPG school coach, a partnership with Drive Educational Systems and Drive and Ed Direction, in which we are receiving quality professional development centered around analyzing data, planning lessons with clarity, and progress monitoring in school culture. Our ongoing classroom walkthroughs are happening with immediate feedback following. We also have robust PLCs with a focus on data to drive instruction. And being selected as an NC Access Visiting Fellow has given me leadership tools to promote academic success for our students. After analyzing our 2019-2020 data, we saw a trend that our students who were not identified as economically disadvantaged outperformed our students who were economically disadvantaged by 17% in math. In ELA, the gap between those two subgroups was 6%. Next slide, please. And looking at our 18-19 student subgroup performance, our African American population, which is our largest ethnic subgroup, performed lower than our Hispanic, white, and biracial students. To help close this gap, we have set up a library to include a diverse selection of reading and reference materials. Our current academic goals are to increase math proficiency scores by 30% based on North Carolina EOG and EOC results. We are doing this by engaging in weekly PLCs to analyze student data to guide our lesson planning. Next slide. Our current academic goals were the same as last year because we didn't get a chance to test last year. We want to increase our reading performance grade to a C, increase our math performance grade to a D. We want to provide rigorous instruction that aligns with the state standards and conduct ongoing benchmark assessments to target students who are in need of academic support. The action steps we've taken to address these goals are to continue ongoing professional development in the areas of teacher clarity, classroom walkthroughs with immediate feedback following, using data to form correctional and remedial support groups, and maximizing our block schedules to include differentiated workstations. Next slide, please. We will continue to use MAP benchmarks as a source of data to drive our instruction. This slide shows the proficiency increase from fall to winter. We have made progress on the goals we put in place for the school year. For example, the right column shows the growth made in each grade level. Unfortunately, for math, we were not proficient in Math 6, and Math 8, Math 1, or Math 3. But we'll get there. Next slide, please. We are growing in the areas of teacher increase and leadership roles at Paul R. Brown. We're also growing in the quality of our PLC meetings, and we have more opportunities to empower families as they help their child succeed. We have had some challenges as well. We had fewer face-to-face contacts due to COVID. Some of our families relocated during the pandemic, which was a challenge. We also had staff shortage, and we also have a challenge of addressing social and emotional needs of our students. We are currently working on that for our upcoming school year. Thank you for allowing me to speak before you all. Do you have any questions or suggestions for me?
Ms. White, how many students did you have enrolled this year?
Before, at the beginning of the school year, we had over 150 students.
And did that change drastically during the school year?
It did. Yes, ma'am. It did change drastically. We serve 5 counties, and we've seen a lot of relocation since the pandemic. Well, this year.
And were you operating, what plan were you operating under when you began school in last fall?
We began in Plan C.
Plan C.
And by the
how long?
spring, we were in Plan B.
Okay. So the students never came back full time?
They came in the spring. They did
Full
come
time?
back. Yes, plan and under Plan B.
And how many students have you finished up with this year?
117. We currently have 50 students that have been accepted into the academy for the upcoming school year.
Is that primarily in middle or high school, or is it kind of spread across?
Colonel, may you answer that question?
Good afternoon, everyone. Primarily in middle school.
Okay. And of the students, so all of your students were eligible for testing. What percentage of students would you say were tested this spring?
100%.
100%. Great.
Any other questions?
Cheryl,
Okay,
do we
well,
know
thank
when,
you very much. Go ahead.
do we know when Paul R. Brown is up for?
Sure.
I know they were.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I
then
know they
yeah,
were on
they
life support, and so just wondering.
Do you know when you're up for renewal, Ms. White?
I believe it's next year.
I think it starts next year.
Yeah.
Next 2 years.
Right.
But they just got a 3, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's it for school presentations. Do we have any updates or logistical matters?
Ms. Turner, if it's okay with you, we will do our renewal update and my updates at our next meeting, which will probably be next week for the sake of time, and probably shoot for next Thursday. Or, oh my gosh. Okay, so we'll get with leadership and talk about when we can do our next meeting, so we can talk with the faith board. So we'll get to you by the end of the week. Okay.
Okay.
Gotta do it for 5:30.
17th would be tough for me too, so.
Next week will be tough.
17th.
Okay.
Yeah, for me too. I have.
All right, then we can maybe possibly do it beginning of the following week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Good input. Thank you. That's it.
So I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Second that.
It's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You didn't have any discussion. Any discussion?
Enjoy, Cheryl.
Alrighty. Oh, yeah, that's right. Cheryl's up.
Cheryl's
Parking, a 20-minute parking spot for 2
2 hours.
Tell her she's a
For
nice
only an
woman.
RTO for 4.5.
Tell her she's lucky she didn't get a